Good evening and welcome to the March 12, 2019 San Bruno City Council meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order and thank the Garden Club for their monthly floral arrangements at our meeting. And I would like to ask for roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Davis?
Here.
Councilmember Medina?
Here.
Councilmember Salazar?
Here.
Vice Mayor O'Connell?
Here.
Mayor Medina?
Here. And I'd like to ask someone who's visiting us from out of state, Ms. Jackson, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards at this time? Okay, so if you haven't wished to speak on an item that is not on the agenda, please make sure that the speaker card has been handed over to the city clerk, Melissa. If there are items that are on the agenda that you also wish to speak on, please do that as same so we can keep that documented and as well as keep the meeting flowing. So at this time, public comment.
Donald Mankel?
Good evening. My name is Donald Mango, and I reside at 217 Linden Avenue. I recently received this courtesy notice on my truck notifying me that it's illegal for me to park on the wrong side of the street, and violation of this is a $50 fine. Parking in San Bruno, and especially in the streets near El Camino, is a problem. The homes were built at a time when the family had just one car. This is not standard today. Most homes, including my own, have multiple cars. As a result, the enforcement of the parking law should be done judiciously so as not to be a burden or safety issue for the citizens of San Bruno while maintaining general public safety. I have on occasion had to park a block or two from my home due to the lack of parking. I have been a resident of San Bruno for 39 years, and in all that time I have parked, for the most part, on the wrong side of the street, and for what I consider good reasons. First, when I did park in the proper direction, across the street from my house, I frequently encountered an argument with my neighbors. After a bit of time, I decided to avoid the confrontation, and it would be easier for me to park across my own driveway, which is probably illegal, and avoid the confrontation. This was inconvenient for me, as it meant every time my wife used her car, I had to move my truck so that she could leave or return home. But it avoided the fight with the neighbor. Second, parking in the wrong direction facilitated my entry and exit from my vehicle. The few inches of rise from the curb helps me to enter and exit my truck. But more importantly, also a matter of safety, is I don't have to be in the street when the traffic on Linden Avenue, as you know, is not all that wide, and two cars coming from opposite directions cannot pass each other until one pulls over. This is the problem with many of San Bruno's streets, not being in the street, not having my truck door open with passing traffic. Another potential problem is a small but still a real safety problem. Entering and exiting from the curbside is both easier and safer, and you may ask about my passenger's safety, but I rarely have a passenger, as I almost always drive alone. I would say literally less than 1% of the time do I have a passenger. Third, parking in the legal direction leaves me the right wheel in my driveway with no curb to my wheel, with no curb to curb my wheel against. This means I must curb my front wheels in the direction opposite of what it should be. If there were curbs, so that if the vehicle should accidentally roll, the truck will roll against the curb to my back wheels. Last, I do most of my driving to the south. Since its enforcement is a hindrance to the citizens of the city, and it doesn't seem to promote any good reason for doing so, I ask the council why the need to enforce a law that hasn't been enforced for almost 39 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Leslie Emley?
Leslie.
Good evening, Mayor Medina and City Council members. May I begin by thanking you all for your continued support to keep our neighborhoods free from the 5G small cell radiation facilities, be they 40 feet tall, curbside utility cabinets, or designed as garbage can receptacles in our neighborhoods. We would appreciate input from you on the progress of the Verizon versus City of San Bruno and the progress of the 60 cities plus that San Bruno has joined with against the FCC in protecting our citizens' rights and the rights of the city. Lastly, is there any information on the progress of the study group regarding the small cell facilities? There appears to be a lack of independent study information and a lack of documenting those individuals involved in the opinion polls of the 5G small cell equipment in our neighborhoods. Can you shed any light on these topics? Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie, very much. Next speaker card, please.
Chris.
Oh, Mr. Boges. Mr. Boges.
Good evening, Mayor Medina, Council. From Cunningham all the way up Crystal Springs Road, as you look to the right, people are worried about it. I told them I'd come down and bring it to your attention and the council that you have a hill. It's leaning toward the street of Crystal Springs Road all the way up. The trees are coming down, and from all the rains and the soil, and the roots are coming up. I was wondering if the city of San Bruno are going to take a look at that, trim it back, and have somebody not get killed over trees coming down. And there's also been a closure on that street going up for about 3 days because of tree issues. And it'd be a good idea to rectify that before somebody gets hurt or killed.
Chris, could you just mention the streets again?
Crystal Springs, from Cunningham
I want him to mention it.
up Crystal Springs Road, all the way up. If you look to the right, you could see it. People are telling other people just don't even drive up there because they're so overgrown. And it's to an angle of a hill coming into the street off Crystal Springs. So it needs to be rectified.
So staff could hear that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next speaker card, please.
Sandra Perez Vargas.
Hello. I wanted to thank,
It's all right.
the city manager for implementing a lot of the, or for enforcing the laws of going in the wrong direction. On my street, I've almost been hit head on many times, and I've also seen some of the meter maids almost get hit on when the car's coming from the wrong side of the road. So on our very narrow street, it has been an issue. So thank you, and thank you for the chief of police for enforcing that. And I also wanted to give thanks to residents Tim O'Brien and Raina Burgos for getting together a program that led to allowing dogs to be walked through our parks. I think it's wonderful. So thank you very much, which just really shows when citizens work together with the city, we can really get some positive things done. Lastly, I want to remind you that it is an election year, so if you're not registered to vote, vote. We have the possibility to make some major changes in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Vargas. Anybody else?
Simon Mazzola.
Simon.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I have a few concerns that I wanted to talk with you about tonight, or at least speak my mind to. The first is, as you know, I do have a particular interest in the cell tower status. As Ms. Emley discussed, we'd like an update on that. We were previously informed that the city would be proposing new regulations. Those would go through planning. There would be a chance to comment on them, et cetera. Then it would come to you. I think that's stalled or it's gone in a different direction. I would just love an update as to where that is. Then switching away from that, I have a couple of other concerns. One is about our growth. I know that we passed a statute for San Bruno that allows taller buildings to encourage development. I'm for that. But with one item on the Planning Commission's agenda this week, I'm starting to grow concerned. I don't know the numbers, so I'll only speak to my best estimations. But I know that the former movie theater on San Mateo and El Camino has been replaced. That's a good move, no problems. I know that there's been a multi-story building approved for Huntington and San Bruno Ave. I had some concerns about the parking accommodations there. What's coming up for planning is 425 units at, I think it's called Mills Plaza. With the old movie theater and the one in Huntington and Mills Park, I have to say that's 600 units. I know that the plan that Google has proposed for the redevelopment of that area includes a request for zoning and approval for high-density tall units along San Bruno Ave. I know that coming up is the probable sale of Crestmore and its development. And I have to say, what are we doing with all this development? I'm not anti-development, but if 3 projects I can point to that have been approved, or at least 2 that have been approved, because Mills Park Plaza has not been approved, if that's 600 units, that's just an incredible impact on San Bruno, in my estimation. I don't know full details around it. I think it's too much. If Google gets high development along San Bruno Ave and whatever happens with Crestmore gets 200 or 300 or possibly 400 units, I just don't know, in a sense, where we're going to put everyone in. Obviously, they're going to be put exactly in those locations, but I don't know that our city can accommodate such an influx. I don't know why that's a good idea for San Bruno, so I'd be interested to know what is the big game plan for that kind of development. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Aysen Alatot.
Good evening, council members. I must say, as my first time being here, I like to see you up there, Vice Mayor Davis, as I had cast my ballot for you. I'd like to say that from when that meeting happened at the American Legion several years ago, I really love seeing the Aperture building coming into fruition. Everyone who's working on it is doing an excellent job, and it looks exactly as how I saw it several years ago. I'd also like to echo what the lady in blue had said earlier about the towers and the FCC and the Verizon towers being built. I had heard the result of the protest that some of the neighborhood had and the fact that you all voted against it. I really appreciate that it doesn't fall on deaf ears when the community has an outcry like that. I would like to also say that a suggestion. So Redwood City and I believe San Carlos or Belmont have their electric boxes painted. And I think it's really beautiful, and I think we should do it also. And instead of paying someone to draw the art on it, perhaps we can have the Cappuccino students, the Parkside students, or the elementary students submit some artwork, and then they could be in charge of painting those electric boxes. Also, I would like to say that Bayshore Park is getting crummier and crummier, and is probably the crummiest park of all the parks because the basketball hoop was taken down, and now there's a huge big cement pavement with nothing, and the trees were cut down, so there's no more birds living in those trees that I used to climb up on, and the bulldozer from the sandbox was removed, so that park needs to be uplifted a little bit because it seems like it's been neglected. Also, to echo what the gentleman who first went up was speaking about with the direction of the cars, the vehicles being parked. I understand now that it's going to be enforced. That's going to cause some difficulty, especially for people living in the 5th edition, because those streets are more narrow than streets that are alleys in San Francisco. So that's going to be difficult for all the residents who live over there where I grew up. And in addition to that, there is a particular CSO who has been causing some headache for local businesses. This has been brought to the attention of the San Bruno Police Department. A particular community service officer has been overzealous and too aggressive with giving tickets, where it's causing some headache for business members. And when those parking meters are implemented into the downtown community, I would hope that you will consider to put at least a 20-minute parking zone for those who are loading, because those outrageous tickets are causing headaches. It's not solving any problems.
If
It's
you could start to
bad for business, and it's awful when someone says that's just
Excuse me.
another nail to add to the coffin.
Excuse me. If
I'm
you could
sorry for
just-
going
no,
over
no, no.
time.
Yeah, just wanted to remind you that
Yes,
we've gone over your time.
That's it. Just please consider what I have to say, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
It's nice seeing you again.
Reina Burgos.
Good evening, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. As a resident of San Bruno, I like for you to take and basically have been just probably this week the initiative of sidewalk blocking. I am a pedestrian. Thank you to the city managers. Thank you so much. And city council member, I think you guys designed a sign that is going to be being put in the patch, San Bruno patch. My concern is how else that flyer will be distributed throughout San Bruno. I am a pedestrian. So is my husband. We walk twice a day with Bruno and Bowie throughout San Bruno. And the sidewalk blocking, it is really a problem. So I was thinking if the police can patrol and put that as a warning on the cars that are blocking, not cite them initially, but just remind them not to basically take the sidewalk. And I know there is an issue with San Bruno where some residents have very tiny, small driveway, and we need to work with the residents to see how we can remedy this, because they have the right to park in the driveway, but also pedestrians, we have the right to walk on the sidewalk. So maybe the community have to come together to remedy this. But thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Rena.
Tim O'Brien.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Tim O'Brien, Florida Avenue. And I just want to talk about vehicles blocking the sidewalk as well. The flyer is great that you guys put together. I just hope it's distributed in a way that it will reach the residents, and so they're aware what's going to happen and how unsafe it is as well to block the sidewalk, because there's people in strollers, there's people walking their dogs, there's just people walking, and also wheelchairs. I can't forget to mention them. But just oncoming traffic, we have to steer clear of that, and that's a safety issue. And I wanted it taken seriously, and I think you guys are in the right track in doing that. So I'd like to see that enforced as much as possible. I know it's a challenge for the police department to do that with all the other stuff that they have to address in the city that goes on. So thank you very much. I also want to address the streetscape meeting. I was not able to attend it, and I think a lot of other residents were not able to attend it because of the time. It conflicted with my work schedule, me and my wife's work schedule, and we wanted to have some input on it, and we wish we could have been there. I heard it was pretty good, and that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Okay. Is there anybody else that was in the room that wanted to speak on an item that is not on the agenda? Okay. There were a few questions being asked of some of the same things, so I'm going to take the pleasure here and ask staff of some of those. Tim, I can answer one question quickly. Streetscapes, the next meeting is March 30th, Citibank parking lot, and that I believe is on the Saturday. So there will be more opportunity for folks to be engaged, right, and have their input. But there was in regards to, we had a few speakers in regards to the sidewalk blocking, if that's still continuing, and are we warning? There was also in that same element the warnings that have gone out regarding parking the right way, and how we're educating and advertising. So that'd be my first thing if staff could just address that while we have the folks here.
Sure. Javon Grogan, City Manager. I'll ask our police chief to come up and give a detailed, but certainly we are in the middle of enhanced enforcement of sidewalk parking citywide and notices for wrong-way vehicle parking. Certainly one of the things that we have heard loud and clear is that there are real challenges with people using our public infrastructure, our streets for people parking and bicycling, our roads, and our sidewalks that people both use for pedestrian transport, and because our built infrastructure has challenges, people are parking on the sidewalk. But we are a community, we all live together, and parking on the sidewalk causes safety challenges and really impacts a number of members of our community. And so we're doing a number of things to educate the community and really trying to holistically work through them. But the specific questions that were raised are with regard to enforcement that's being handled from the police department for sidewalk parking and wrong-way vehicle parking. And I'll let Ed Barberini, the city police chief, talk about that.
Chief?
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening. Yes, as you recall, as the City Manager mentioned, over the past several years, there's been 2 items parking-related that have drawn the attention of the city and have been requested of the police department to focus our enforcement efforts on, areas that have historically not been enforced. The first was the sidewalk parking. As you remember, about a year ago, we engaged in a sidewalk parking campaign that included both education and enforcement. That has concluded, and now we continue to enforce the sidewalk parking as best we can. We've implemented the same procedure for parking in the wrong direction, which was the second area of concern identified by the city, and the direction we received to enforce that issue as well. So we've subscribed to the same method that we used before with the sidewalk parking. The first of that was public outreach. We did that via social media, public notices, cable. San Bruno Cable was helpful in producing a video to educate the public, to let them know that we'd be focusing on this area. The second phase of that is a warning program. And what we've done over the last 9 days is we've broken out the city into little parcels and issued warnings to folks that are parking on the wrong side of the street in a fair and equitable manner. We've not focused on any one particular area of the city. We will continue to do that for the remainder of this week. Over the last 9 days, we've issued over 2,000 warning citations or warning notices to folks who are parked on the wrong side of the street. And beginning next week, as part of this plan, which is identical to the plan that we used for sidewalk parking, we will begin to issue citations beginning next week as part of our schedule. So it's the same plan that we used to address sidewalk parking. We've now employed that to address wrong-way parking. This is at the direction of the city based on concerns we've received from folks who are concerned about parking issues. So that's where we're at. I can't address with regard to sidewalk parking, as our parking enforcement officers are out there issuing warning cites for folks parking the wrong way. They have been directed to actually issue citations for those folks who are parked on the sidewalk, because that campaign concluded last year. That education process has been complete, and we've issued about 630 citations over the last year for folks who have been parking on the sidewalk. So I'd be happy to answer any additional questions.
No, thank you very much. Did you want to add to that?
Yeah, the only thing I want to add is that I've heard a number of people say that this campaign is about generating money. It's not. That is why we began both with warning campaigns, hopefully to correct behavior and have people follow the law based on warnings. It is not the city's intention to generate revenue by issuing citations. It's actually the thing that we like doing the least. So.
Okay, thank you. And then I just want to, one other topic, maybe very quickly, in regards to the cell tower. Those that were just for updates, or where are we at on that? If there's something very quick that maybe could be updated since we have the folks here.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. There will be a report at the next Planning Commission meeting on an update on both the ordinance and a bit of the status of the litigation, although that's certainly a matter of public record. And that's anticipated to come back to the City Council in April.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to announcements and presentations. We have a few, but most importantly, we have two newly appointed planning commissioners, Mr. Tom Hamilton and Mr. Valentin Val Morgan. If you could come to the podium where the city clerk is. These gentlemen are the newly appointed planning commissioners for the city of San Bruno, and they will take their oath.
Okay, so I'll ask for you to repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Tom Hamilton,
Madam Morgan,
Do solemnly swear
do
solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We have a certificate of appreciation.
Thank you, gentlemen, and it's going to be a busy year, and I will tell you they already were at the walking tour on San Mateo Avenue this morning, so they've already began. So thank you to both of you. Our next, we're going to have a presentation from the San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District, and I believe Mr. Weber is going to address us this evening.
Okay, thanks for having me. So I'm the assistant manager of San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District. That also means I run the operations. So I just want to read our mission really quickly. It's to safeguard the health and comfort of the citizens of San Mateo County through a planned program to monitor and reduce mosquitoes and other vectors. So we're an independent special district. That we are not tied directly to the county offices that most would think in Redwood City. We are our own entity, paid for by special taxes, amongst other items. You can see us on your property tax bill. So this is mainly a lot of what we cover. So things that everybody likes: fleas, bed bugs, cockroaches, mosquitoes. A lot of what we mainly respond to are mosquitoes and rodent calls, but in the summer, the majority of calls we get are surrounding stinging insects like yellow jackets and wasps. So every once in a while, we just get calls here where people are itching, their kids are getting bites, and we'll respond to the residents and try and figure out what's causing that problem. So it could be fleas, it could be mosquitoes, and there are a whole host of things can cause that, but they may be because raccoons are living under the home or rodents in the walls, and that's when somebody calls us, those are the type of items that we're there to get to the bottom of. So our program, when it comes to mosquito control, we are focused on integrated pest management. So you probably hear that a lot. It's using all the tools available, starting with the most environmentally sensitive ones. So we start with surveillance here. This is a mosquito trap. If we get a call from a resident and they say we're getting mosquito bites, or I've mosquitoes in my house in the evening and they're keeping me up, we put a trap there, and that'll tell us is the type of mosquito, how many we have, and based on some species information and density of the mosquito population, we can actually figure out what type of water sources are breeding in and whether it's a broken sewage pipe or coming from the catch basins on the street, or maybe even something like Mills Field that's the large property across from SFO and down the street from here. Next, we have biological control. So people like these because they're little fish. The district delivers fish to your property. A problem that we have in most cities is they're treated with chloramine. So unlike chlorine, where you can let it sit out for 3 days, if we deliver these fish, you need to treat it like you would treat an aquarium. But the district does deliver these fish, and we only put them in ornamental ponds. If we put them in creeks or any natural waterways, they can outcompete the native fish. But these are also available for pickup at the district office. Next, we have physical control. So this is a really major project that occurred in Redwood Shores, part of Redwood City, where an excavator actually broke down a levee to flood an area that was seasonally would flood and cause hundreds of acres of mosquitoes. And what this did was open it to tidal fluctuation. It made it back to its original state before that levee was put up. So physical control can actually be a technician visiting your house and dumping out your containers, or when you're in your garden after the rains and spring is coming and you have standing water, that is also physical control. So next we have larval and adult control. So these are items we have, the district employs bacterial products that are specific to mosquito larvae. So when we identify mosquitoes living in the water, we have products that are designed to only kill the mosquito larva. It doesn't even kill the other microorganisms that are in the water. So they're specific to mosquitoes. Adult control, not as specific to mosquitoes. However, when we apply them in the evening at the rates applied, and only in instances where we have identified a virus in mosquitoes that if they bit a human being, they would transmit that pathogen to the human being. So adult control would be, you see right here, there's a little, what people would call a fogger in the back of the truck. That puts out a pesticide typically while everybody's sleeping, and that will knock down that mosquito population and prevent something like West Nile virus from being transmitted to residents. And lastly, we have public education. So those are the main tools that the district uses. So I was going to talk about some San Bruno specific items. Last year, the district visited 803 properties within the city of San Bruno. Those would include site inspections for rodents, mosquitoes, just requests for service like I spoke about, residents getting bites, unidentified bites, or putting those traps out like we talked about before. So 803 property visits in 2018. This is a map specific to San Bruno over the last couple of years, requests for service over the last few years. As you can see, 77 of those were mosquito related. It's somewhat hard to see, but the yellow ones are stinging insects. Brown is for rodent calls. We had 42 of those. And again, this is over the last 2 years. Blue, mosquito related. We had dead birds or squirrels, and let's see, 7 of those were called in. So when we collect those dead birds or squirrels, we actually test those in-house for West Nile virus. If a dead bird or squirrel tests positive, then we will set traps out, and if those traps go out, they collect mosquitoes. We test those mosquitoes again in-house for West Nile virus. If they test positive for West Nile virus, that's when you would see that truck-mounted application that I showed you prior. So this is a map locally of all the service calls, about 180 altogether. Okay, so in the past few years, we've seen a resurgence of rats. That's because there's a lot of restrictions now on rodenticides. In the past, we had a lot of residents using rodenticides, probably not according to the label. All of our staff read the label before they use the product, but that wasn't always happening with rodenticides, and it's happened to a major reduction on the shelves at Home Depots and other hardware stores. So I don't expect you to remember all of these items, only that we have a roof rat, a Norway rat, and then a house mouse. I think everyone knows the house mouse, but Roof rats are typically going to be in your bushes and getting into your attic, whereas the Norway rat, which is more of a traditional rat that we don't see as frequently anymore, they will burrow under your foundation. So that's why some of you might have a concrete lining underneath your home, and that was an old tactic to prevent Norway rats from burrowing underneath. But more often than not nowadays, we have the roof rat as our enemy getting into the home. So this is just some general education. These are some what they call swing marks. So when this is a shed in someone's backyard, when rats are running along there, you can see the black. That's oil coming off of their fur. So it's kind of a nasty picture. But these are some items when you're at home. We do find a lot of residents have rats more often than they know. But if you see live or dead rodents, noises, you see gnawing damage, droppings, tracks, and so on. So another item is if you see damaged fruit either on the tree or off the tree. They really like citrus. And so you can take a look at those items. If you do hear any of those things or you see fruit, you can call the district and we'll come out, do an inspection, tell you all the areas that you need to seal up, like areas right here where they could be getting into your attic. Talk about harvesting your fruit, and the technician can provide you a report that will give you all the specifics of what you can do on your property to prevent rodents from entering your house and keeping them away from your yard. So these are just some items that we would talk about and give you a specialized report on what to seal up there. This is another item talking about sanitation, so picking up pet waste, harvesting fruit. These are some garbage cans that some cities are investing in, somewhat costly, but what they do is they prevent a food source on the street. So these are garbage cans, much like a mailbox. Larger cities usually invest in these, and they have a solar-powered compactor inside. And what it does is prevent not only rodents from getting in there, but house waste getting thrown away, and any other animals like raccoons and so on. So some other items would be, don't leave your bird feeders out at night. I know that's a challenging one, but we also say put a spill guard below your bird feeder. So all of those things will prevent rodents from coming to your property. And some calls we've gotten in San Bruno recently, more so up towards the 280 area, were rodents damaging vehicles. So they get up underneath, they chew on wires, and it's very challenging to combat this. But you can, if your car's in the garage, of course, you want to prevent them from getting in the garage. So some of the items we talked about, and we can provide a report for that. But we talked about trimming vegetation, keeping your hood open, leaving a light on. There's certain products that you might be able to spray underneath, but some of them don't seem to work for extensive periods of time. So that's another item. Again, if you see any of these things, please call the district. Mills Field, quickly, I'll get through this. This is touches San Bruno right here. We do helicopter treatments every year. This covers, we do over 150 acres. The field isn't 150 acres. The treatment we do is 150 acres. It takes over 50 man-hours a year to do inspections, set traps, and do the larvicide applications. This is paid for. So the airport across the way, SFO is paying for this service to protect public health and protect you guys from nuisance mosquitoes. So they're supporting that program. And I always like this picture. I think it's a really cool picture of the area. My technicians tell me that Mills Field right now has more water than they've ever seen in the past 15 years. So the recent rains have really flooded that. These treatments do occur by helicopter, as you can see over here. They always start typically the first week in July and end in September, October, but they are based on our surveillance and how many mosquitoes we have in the traps. Just a West Nile update. Last year, 2 birds were submitted by San Bruno residents. They tested negative for West Nile virus. We had 5 birds test positive county-wide. No mosquitoes tested positive for West Nile virus, so that's 2 years in a row of no virus. And I like to bring up this slide because Zika virus was in the news a lot in the recent past. So we do not currently have the mosquito in the county that transmit these nasty diseases you hear about. even Zika virus that cannot be transmitted in this county currently. We don't have the mosquito that transmit it. Our native mosquitoes cannot transmit Zika virus. We had an introduction a while back. I won't get into that, but we were able to eradicate it till now. So the only real mosquito-borne threat is West Nile virus, and of course, many of you hike, use Sawyer Camp Trail. We also have Lyme disease, which is a small risk as well. Quickly, I'll go through Spartina control. This is down the road on the shoreline. This is actually an invasive plant. Although it looks very nice, you can see this is us working out there. This is actually San Bruno Marsh in 2008. And although this looks like we destroyed all the vegetation, it was never supposed to be this way in the first place. This is a plant that was planted by the Army Corps in about 1970, and it destroys this area that the shorebirds are supposed to feed on. So this area is actually supposed to look like this. This was a project we worked with the Coastal Conservancy, and since we have these equipment to do mosquito control, they had asked us to help them out with this project. So a plug for our open house, April 18th. You can bring Boy Scout troops and kids. Those are my children. And we have an airboat to check out and the different amphibious vehicles. Everyone's welcome. And please, 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 if you have any of the problems that I spoke about, call the district, and we will come out and solve your problems.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions from council?
Through the chair.
Michael.
I just wanted to kind of echo your endorsement for the open house. I went last year, and it's a great facility, and there is a lot of cool stuff there to look at. So I would recommend going. Thank you for the presentation.
And honestly, there's parking available. It's on Rollins, and I will tell you, I also went, and I was taken back by all of the items, and let me tell you, it's worth seeing. Because it's easy to try to explain it, but I went through upstairs and downstairs and with all of the apparatus that is there, and it's quite insightful, and also there are items that we can also take for our own individual needs and the community. So thank you very much.
And 4 to 7 for the open house.
4 to 7. Yes. Yeah. Sure. Robert's saying no. So we do have our, Mr. Weber, you may know him. Robert?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. He represents the city of San Bruno on the mosquito abatement, and he gets paid a lot. It's free. He volunteers his service, and we appreciate his time and keeping us informed as well. He gives council and staff updates on a routine basis.
The only thing I'll say is I rode one night at midnight when they went out and fog, and I rode on one of the airboats or something out of the marsh and out super dirty.
Now, see, you said about the airboats, now everybody's going to want to be and have your job, just to ride that. Okay, thank you again. Next, we're going to receive the annual report from the Community Preparedness Committee, and Ron will be starting, and I know the other members are here, and but Ron will take lead and begin us this evening.
Thank you, City Council and the Mayor and the members of the public and city staff for attending this evening. My name is Ron Lapidus. I'm one of the members of the Citizens Preparedness Committee. I certainly don't want to get ahead of myself, and we have our names in large friendly letters on one of the slides, and so let's get right there. So what do? The Citizens Preparedness Committee promotes preparedness to our residents. In other words, we do not tell the city how to perform their actions. We help the residents be prepared for the next earthquake, which is coming. Never a matter of if, it is going to be a matter of when, and we want to do our best to help our citizens be prepared. The city, of course, has its own preparations as well, which we will not get into tonight. The chair of our committee is George Paponis, who is behind me. Yes, George Paponis is behind me, the tallest of the members here. Malcolm Robinson, with the amazing wavy hair, is above my left shoulder. Janet Lutis, who is also part of our ham radio club, stands behind me as well, the shortest one, didn't want to say that. And Tricia Howard sends her regrets because unfortunately she is off on a county mission since she works for the County of San Mateo. Our City Council liaison last year, 2018, was Marty Medina, Mr. Medina, and this year it is Ms. Davis. So thank you very much for your participation with our committee. City staff, we have Chief Dave Cresta, our fire chief. Gage Schleiss is the emergency manager for the city of San Bruno and is represented on our committee as well. Troy Fry, the police lieutenant, is also representing the police department on our committee, and Sherry Johnson sometimes replaces him as Troy has been out for a little bit. So Sherry Johnson is a representative to our committee as well. Other members that we have is we've got OES, the Office of Emergency Services for San Mateo County. That would be Brian Mulver. When Brian cannot attend, he does send us a status report in writing. So we do have that. Walt Long is our representative from the amateur radio liaison, the Amateur Radio Volunteers of San Bruno. And we also have Doug Kuntz is our representative from the American Red Cross. Their office is located in Burlingame. So what did we do in 2018? Well, we did a whole heck of a lot in 2018. We continued to promote the Community Preparedness Committee and preparedness in general to our residents through a lot of different events that we participated in, such as the annual Posey Parade and Community Day in the Park. We did the 36th Annual Police Day at the shops at Tanforan. We had a table there. Participated in Concert in the Park, where we had, before the music, we had a table where we could discuss preparedness with our members and give out brochures to our residents to keep them informed as well. There was a really cool fire department open house. We were showing off the new, yay, fire truck. That was kind of a cool thing. And we had a table there as well to introduce people to fire preparedness and, again, community preparedness and resilience. We also participated in the Health and Safety Fair at the shops of Tanforan, and one of my favorites, the National Night Out, where neighbors actually get out of their houses, away from their cell phones and tablets, and meet their neighbors. Really cool thing, National Night Out. So we did that. We are also working with neighborhood watch groups through the crime committee, the crime prevention committee, and we think it's just an absolutely great thing to have the neighborhood watch people and the community preparedness people all get out in the middle of the streets in Kumbaya and trade secrets, tips, and tricks. And so we're doing a lot of that liaison work as well. We do have emergency preparedness messages on cable TV channel 1, and we have those in English and Spanish. We've also been publishing a lot more information on SMC Alert, smcalert.gov, which is the community early warning system that is promoted by the County of San Mateo, and we've signed up our residents as well. I'll get to that in just a moment. We've been publishing that in various places, such as at the Rec Center, the newsletter, and in the Shelter Creek newsletter and other communities of interest. So we're publishing how to get on the SMC Alert from there. We're also distributing a lot of free, read that, free literature that is being supplied to us by FEMA, which is a cool thing. Free is good, and it's national standards in community preparedness, and we're relating that to our community members as well. We had 35 citizens CERT-trained, community emergency response training. 35 additional citizens were trained in 2018. And let's jump right into the events and some photos. I like photos. No mosquitoes, sorry. Okay, 36th Annual Police Day at the shops at Tanforan Park. That was on May 19th last year, and we had a table set up where we were giving away literature and introducing our citizens to the Community Emergency Response Training Program. We did the Health and Safety Fair at the shops at Tanforan. Over there on the left is Malcolm, on the right is Janet. Who's in the middle, Janet?
Jean Mullen.
That is Jim Mullen. Jean Mullen. Sorry about that. One of our assembly members. Concert in the Park, that is Janet.
That's Kevin Mullen. Jean is his father.
I'm sorry, Kevin Mullen.
Yeah.
But
I'm sorry. You're right. Kevin
yeah,
Mullen.
but they both held the same office, so it's easy. Same last name.
Yes, absolutely, Kevin. Okay. Janet holding up one of our brochures at Concert in the Park. We were also at the Community Day in the Park on June 3rd. It was a beautiful day, absolutely amazing day out there. And we had dozens and dozens of people come by who we introduced to earthquake planning. And, you know, we have YouTube here, little company, Google, you know, there's a couple little companies here. And it's nice to see their employees come by and learn about how to prepare for an earthquake. Because, again, it's going to happen. Chances are very high they might even be at work when it happens. And it's really good to be able to engage that community. We really enjoy that. As I said, we trained 35 new members in 2018. There are now a total of 250, count them, 250 community emergency response trained members in the city of San Bruno, but we have a lot more to do, and that is on our goals for 2019. The CERT training is a standard program put out by FEMA. The standard program includes the disaster awareness and preparedness, basic disaster skills, first aid skills, light search and rescue, how to evaluate a building to see if a building is safe or not. Obviously, not like the fire department would do, but those basic skills. We also talk about disaster psychology and terrorism, how to keep upbeat when things do hit the fan, and keep your mind in the game, your skills up to date, and how to communicate with other members of your teams. And we finally have a hands-on exercise where we actually get to put out a fire, which is really cool. Really insanely cool. So here's some pictures from our CERT training. Ignore the woman behind the mask over there on the left side. And she is holding a gas turnoff wrench. So absolutely very insanely important that everybody has a gas turnoff wrench and you know where to turn off the gas in your house should you smell gas. Don't turn it off if you don't smell gas, but if you do smell gas, you should have the tool and you should know where to turn off the gas. It gets really embarrassing. Okay, SMC Alert. There are currently over 2,400 members of the San Bruno citizens that are signed up for SMC Alert. Again, we can do better. We have a much higher population here. We have all those workers who come in during the day, YouTube, Google, Oracle, so on. We need to get all these people up on SMC Alert, and we are doing our best to promote that throughout the community. Radio volunteers. This is our amateur radio volunteers. When all else fails, amateur radio won't. The really cool thing about amateur radio is that you can run on batteries, you can run on solar, you can run with absolutely no other infrastructure around. And the chances are very high, as we've seen in disasters, that cable service will go down, the internet will go down, cell sites will go down, and the only thing really left will be either person-to-person or amateur radio. And that's why we believe that is so important to our residents. We did something called Field Day. Field Day is when people literally get out in a field and you try and make as many contacts to as many other amateur radio stations as you can, as if you were reacting in an emergency situation. And so we did have high participation with that. We also work a lot with the Millbrae Radio Club, one of our neighbors to the south. We work a lot with Millbrae and some of the other local clubs as well. Oh, I forgot to mention the simplex drill. We actually have mapped out the entire San Mateo County of where radios can communicate from one to another without any other infrastructure. So that means radio from a person sitting here to a radio to a person sitting there. We now have a grid that shows throughout San Mateo County where people can talk to each other and where we have holes that need to be filled in. Janet, let's talk about how we talk to the space station, because that's kind of cool.
That's very cool. Excuse me. Last March 7th, ARISS, which stands for Amateur Radio on the International Space Station, contacted students at the Parkside School. Students at Parkside talked directly to the ISS via ham radio, with the entire student body listening. They were all in the gym and bleachers. Nick Hart, which many of you know, or who many of you know, he's a member of the San Bruno Radio Club and the father of a Parkside student, formed a radio club of about 10 students with teacher Linda Ballantyne to foster interest in technology and ham radio in particular. Nick authored a proposal to make contact with the space station, getting permission from ERIS and NASA. Once the date was selected, San Bruno Radio Club, Millbrae Radio Club, and many other hams jumped into action, gathering radios, antennas, power supplies, and cables, some of which you see there. A ham operator in Southern California lent some equipment for this occasion, drove up, and because we needed 2 radios, we had 3 antennas on the roof, cables, wires going everywhere. It was amazing. Meanwhile, students from the club thought up questions that they wanted to ask Captain Scott Tingle, one of the astronauts on board, such as, what does he eat in space? Has he traveled beyond the Milky Way? Did they wear special shoes in the space station? Is space travel bad for their health? And can pets come on board, etc.? And each student had the opportunity to come up to the microphone once we established the contact and ask these questions, and the astronaut would answer. The school's PA system was hooked into the speakers so the whole student body could hear. Then from 250 miles above the Earth, contact was made with Captain Tingle. Each student came up to the mic to ask their questions. He said, number one, he loves lasagna. Number two, they keep fit by using exercise equipment on board the station because continued weightlessness has a negative effect on your bone and your muscle mass. So they do exercising to prevent that. They wear socks instead of shoes. No pets allowed in space. And he has not been beyond the Milky Way, but it would be awesome. He also said they keep busy fixing the many systems aboard the station. The station's getting older, and he said a lot of systems break down, and so they are busy during the day fixing all these things. The contact lasted only a bare 11 minutes. All this preparation for 11 minutes. It's amazing. Then they disappeared over the horizon, out of range. Parkside was one of the 13 schools in the U.S. who were able to contact the ISS this season. Many other schools around the world have had the same opportunity. So this is an ongoing program that the NASA does. Contact only lasted 11 minutes, but I think the memories are going to last a long time. Excuse me. It was just an amazing day. I still get wound up about it.
Thank you, Janet. Pretty cool. So from San Bruno to the years of space. I mean, is that cool or is that cool? Insanely neat stuff. And promoted by our ham radio club. So our ham radio volunteers. Absolutely amazing. Okay, 2019. Let's talk about the future here. 2019, pulsepoint.org. PulsePoint is an app that goes on your iPhone or your Android or probably a couple other tablets and so on, but it's a really insanely cool smartphone app that allows you to be called up if you are CPR or AED trained. It allows you to be pinged that there's an emergency. So many hospitals, of course, and shopping centers, SFO, there are a lot of AEDs around. The city of San Bruno also has AEDs around. There's a lot of them there. And somebody can lay on the ground dying if somebody who knows how to use one can't get there fast enough. The PulsePoint app, if you are trained to do CPR or AED, if you are trained for those and you have the app on your phone, you can be pinged, you can save a life. It's a really cool thing. We're going to be promoting that this year. We want to expand the CERT website with calendars of all the events that are coming up. We talked about the events in 2018. It's just going to be getting more exciting in 2019 and in the future. So we want to expand the website with calendars. We also want to do some best practices articles. Those can be taken from FEMA. We can write them ourselves. We're going to start putting those up as well. For example, how many of you have a picture behind your bed? You don't want it there. An earthquake is going to fall, not a good thing. It's going to hurt. So tips and tricks. And then we're going to continue to collaborate with Neighborhood Watch, again, to expand CERT, get everybody out in the street singing Kumbaya and saving lives. It's just a cool thing to do. And we're going to be running something called the FEMA Get Ready Awareness Training. Unlike the multi-week CERT training, this is sort of CERT in a box, where you bring people in for several hours, you give them the basics of how to help serve their community, and you set them free. So the FEMA training is a new and exciting thing, and we want to move towards that as well. Okay, questions? What do we got?
Easy, Ron. Any questions for Jen?
Yeah, I've got one more comment.
Sure.
The radio club is making a major effort to get all of our members CERT trained. And we also go to the one of the CERT classes and talk about ham radio. So we're trying to get a lot of the CERT people into ham radio. So we're cross-training.
Thank you. Any questions of council? Marty.
How many people here have SMC alert?
So that's not fair.
No,
it wasn't a question to them.
No, but it's important. SMC alert is very important to know what's going on around your neighborhood, your city. I wanted to thank the board, the committee. I'm sorry, for this last year. It was great working with all of you and it's amazing. You guys are so into this safety and preparedness. I mean, this is what they do, and they do it for free. So I just wanted to thank you from the community and appreciate all you do.
Thank you. It is the San Bruno City Council that has given us this opportunity to serve. So thank you to every one of you.
But to Janet, Ron, George, Malcolm, and to all the committee, we want to thank you as far as a council, because it is those things that you've done, as I've seen at the CERT training and I've seen at other aspects, that reaching out to the community. And we know in this community that we are not a stranger when it's come to issues that have 2010 or last year. So we have had issues that have arisen, and it's thanks to the professionalism and the training that the staff does and is doing, and to citizens to be engaged, because as we all know, we don't know what tomorrow may bring, but something will happen down the road, if not tomorrow. And so to outreach to our community is critical and essential, because as we think back, we were blessed in unfortunate times to have a lot of resources at our disposal. Hundreds of firefighters, hundreds of police. But if we have something that is throughout the peninsula, throughout the county, we will not have those resources. So it's critical for all of us to be able to take care of ourselves, take care of our neighbors, take care of our streets, and then those that are able to assist can step forward in those challenging times and try to aid their community. So thank you for the presentation, thank you for what you do, and thank you for reminding us the importance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we will now move on to consent.
All items on the consent calendar are considered routine or implement an earlier council action and may be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion unless requested.
Thank you. Any items to pull for separate voting other than a comment? Marty?
Yes, I'd like to pull items E and F.
E and F. Thank you. Anything else from council?
I'm sorry, Mayor.
No, it's all right.
I got the, yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Is there any action on the remainder of the consent?
Through the chair, I move that we approve the remainder.
Second.
Motion made and second to approve remainder of consent with the exception of E and F. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. 5-0 on voice. Okay, let's go on to item E, adopt resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the 2010 amendments to the water supply agreement with the city and the county of San Francisco wholesale customers in Alameda County, San Mateo County, and Santa Clara County. Marty.
So I pulled this item because this agenda was one of our bigger ones, 600 total pages plus. This item, the contract amendment, was 418 or so for the whole amount. And I felt that if we should have more of a discussion about what this really is. It is our water supply. I feel that in the time allocated, receiving the agenda packet in the Friday afternoon didn't allow me enough time, honestly, to get a better grasp of the details and understanding of what I was going to be voting for tonight. So if there is no rush for this item to be passed tonight, I would ask that we table the item. I don't know if that's possible, but I think it's this water. It's important, and so I was just checking to see if that was possible with staff and with the council's consent.
So I'm going to ask the city manager to respond or assign, but also if you could give a little flavor of what that is, because we say water supply, and I think people start to think, we're talking about our water system in San Bruno, and what does that mean? So maybe just a little bit to get us on the same page, and then any comments to the council members' question.
Sure. So what is before council is to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute 2018 amendments to the water supply agreement with the City and County of San Francisco and the wholesale customers of various counties, Alameda, San Mateo, and Santa Clara. And so this is an action that is being put before us and multiple agencies. I will say that there is no urgency for the action to be taken tonight. We can adjourn this item and carry it over to the March 22nd meeting. However, there are a number of questions that the council member forwarded to staff this afternoon, and we do have answers to those. And so if it is completely the council's discretion, if you would like to have us answer some questions, we're ready and willing to do that. Or if you would like more time, we're amenable to that as well.
Okay, and that would, what you're saying is it can come back on the 26th, regular scheduled next council meeting. Was there other comments before I go back to Marty? Other comments or questions on item E? And then, Marty, you heard the manager, so would you still wish for more time? Do you want to have some of those addressed, or what was the preference?
If there's no objection to coming back to this later, I think that we could do that. We have a number of items still on our agenda tonight, and if for expediency we could save a little bit of time and then come back to it, I think that would, for me, be something that I'd like to do.
Okay, so you're asking for it to be tabled to the 26th. Any thought? Is council okay?
Through the chair, that's fine with me. I am the representative for the City of San Bruno on Bosco, the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, and I've been on it for the last 15 years. So I can tell you that the agency itself and the staff there and the 26 members of the committee have vetted through this over the many, many months. So while I understand what you're saying, and I agree that if you need more time, that's fine. If you have some specific, as you're going through these, if any of you have some specific questions or like areas of concern, if you would forward those to me. I am attending a Bosco meeting next week, and I can make sure that the answers are there for you. Just in general, this is a long-standing water agreement between us and San Francisco. They own the Hetch Hetchy water system. We buy water from them, and then this details how, why, what the charges are, how they're calculated, those kinds of things. So that's basically it. So if you do have questions as you read through this, I would appreciate it if you send them to me with copies to the city manager, and we'll make sure we get the answers for you.
So it sounds like there's concurrence to go ahead and table it. I would ask that if there are questions to Irene, that it be sent to Irene only, not to the council, so that there is no violation of the Brown Act. In addition, I would ask, it being the 12th, and I know it's St. Patty's Day this weekend, but I would ask if council can have any and all questions presented to Irene and or with a CC to the city manager by the 18th, so they have adequate time to address those and make efficient use of their time, so everything can be brought back to the 26th and have action. Is that acceptable to council?
Through the chair?
Yes.
I just want to get some clarification from our attorney in terms of what would constitute a serial meeting. And I know that a request for information from another council member, as long as it's factual, probably wouldn't be a violation of the Brown Act, as long as no sort of collusion on how a vote should go is discussed. That sort of factual information is acceptable.
That's correct. And certainly council members can ask the city manager a series of questions. There can be informational responses so long as there's no discussion around a collective consensus for what the city council may or may not do at the next meeting. You should all be fine.
Okay. So keep your opinions to yourself.
Yes. Factual.
Okay, so we're not going to take action. That will be tabled by consensus of council. And now we're to, you said F, correct, Marty? Correct. Thank you. there's a lot here, so I'll just say it's item F, adopt the resolution that's for design authorizing the city manager to execute construction contract, approving a contingency, approving fund usage from Measure A, and approving the total budget project in the amount of $395,000.
Right. I pulled this because I wanted to make sure that the design that is in place is constructible. I was able to, late this afternoon, send the question to our city manager, got a response on it. So it's been reviewed. It basically involves the intersection on the east side of El Camino and Angus, and how an additional crosswalk will be placed there, and how my concern is how trucks are going to make that turn. And in the response I got, being that larger vehicles will have to cross a double yellow or cross into the opposite lane of traffic, my suggestion going forward with this in that design is, if that's the case, shouldn't a no right-hand turn for larger vehicles be placed at that intersection if we know that they can't make the turn?
City manager.
Yeah, I'll have our public works director, who's an engineer, Jimmy Tan, address that.
Director Tan.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. The designer actually evaluated the right turn lane into Angus Avenue, and as the information provided to all of you this afternoon, it concluded that the passenger vehicles are able to make that right turn, and larger vehicles would have trouble even at its current existing conditions as well. So, no right turn can be looked at, and we can evaluate that. That's something that we can take that to TSBC to see whether that will be considered or not.
Great. I mean, it's good for two reasons. That if we know it for sure now, that we should go ahead and look at prohibiting that right-hand turn. So if that can be accommodated, I think that would be great. So my questions are answered, and we can go forward with that.
Any action on item F from consent?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve item F. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? 5-0 voice vote. And now we'll move on to conduct of business.
Item 6A, adopt resolution endorsing the San Mateo County Flood and Sea Level Rise Resiliency Agency proposal and authorizing the city manager to include the expenditure of $40,000 annually in the proposed operating budgets for the next 3 fiscal years, FY 2019-20, fiscal year 2020-21, and fiscal year 2021-22, to support the agency startup.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Larry Patterson. I'm here on behalf of CCAG and the Board of Supervisors who have endorsed this proposal. I am here tonight kind of as a carryover from my work on the staff advisory team, which I'll talk about a little bit later. Mike Halligy, the county manager, and I co-chaired that committee in developing the proposal, so they've asked that I continue on and provide that information to the councils as they consider endorsing and supporting the formation of the Flood and Sea Level Rise Resiliency Agency. I won't say that very many times because it just does not roll off the tongue very easily. I tried the acronym and it's even worse. So I think at this point, I just want to go through the agenda a little bit. What I'd like to do is provide you a little bit of background in terms of why this agency is needed, kind of what the starting point for this was, kind of key aspects of the proposal itself and how we got to this point, looking at the startup schedule and kind of some of the things that are actually going to be completed over the next several years, and then talk and give you an update on where we are in the endorsement process. At that point, then, the action requested of the council this evening is adopt a resolution that would both endorse the agency and provide the funding level for the startup, which is based on population. I'll cover that in more detail. So why is this agency needed? First of all, this is an issue that has been discussed with some
vigor.
vigor, thank you.
I was there.
Within the county, both at water summits that have occurred as well as at CCAG. And I think a real reality is that we realize the potential property impacts. If you look along the bay in particular, or you look along the coast, there are significant property impacts that will be affected if, in fact, the sea level rise and its effects are not mitigated. The projects that are required, whether they're on the green end of the spectrum or they're more traditional Corps of Engineer type projects, all are generally very expensive, and they take a long time to put in place. And it's seldom that one agency can really complete the entire project within its own boundaries. Even San Mateo, where I was the city manager, we had our levees raised, and that was protecting Foster City as well. They're now raising their levees, which provides that same sort of protection for San Mateo. So it's very important that we work together collaboratively on the process. The intent is for this agency to provide a good vehicle to do exactly that. We've been at a disadvantage in terms of pursuing grants because the cost of these projects tends to be very high. It's really difficult for a single agency or even a group of agencies locally to fully fund the project. And so when we look at the opportunities for grant funding, they are there. One of the challenges we have, and I think this is particularly true at the state level, is that there are other counties or other parts of the state that are very active in shaping legislation, which then makes it difficult for us in San Mateo County as individual agencies to qualify. So you look at the time and energy spent by someone like the Santa Clara Valley Water District, they are very active in trying to get legislation passed, and that's part of what having a single voice within the county in this area on flood and sea level rise is so essential. That we do have an existing flood control district. Probably no one has really heard of it before because it's a fairly quiet agency. It has property tax that is pre-Prop 13 that funds it. The agreement or the legislation that formed it was passed, I think, in 1959. So 58, 59 is the time frame that formed that agency, and it can only do work within specific sub-areas. And there are currently 3 sub-areas, one of which probably takes the most of the funding, which is the Coma Creek area. I think the most interesting thing that's happened recently is that we received a letter from the Regional Water Quality Control Board. They basically are the ones that oversee water quality, stormwater in particular, and the county has a permit. We've joined together as cities to have a single permit, and the program is actually overseen by CCAG and Matt Fabry, who is the engineer responsible for that program. One of the things that has come up is that the next generation of actions required, where currently there's action to remove trash from the streams, there's also going to be larger actions that will require some basins to be constructed. They can't be constructed in every community. One of the nice features of this agency is that first of all, the Regional Water Quality Control Board is very supportive of the formation of the agency, and they see the opportunity to share the benefits. In other words, if an improvement is made in one community, all the communities in the county may benefit from that. And so this agency, being a countywide agency, helps facilitate that process. And then finally, we had a number of public meetings, talked with staff, talked with elected officials, and one of the things that came up is that with these new facilities that are being constructed, most cities, even large cities, don't have the staffing or necessarily the expertise to manage them and maintain them. And so one of the interests is over time is having this agency assume that responsibility. So I think one of the pivotal points in this process was CCAG forming a standing committee that is the countywide Water Coordination Committee. That committee then established a staff advisory team, and that's the committee that Mike Callaghan and I chaired. And that's the staff basically that then developed the proposal that is before you today. We had multiple outreach meetings in different parts of the county at different points in the process, but we did take that input and have applied it to the proposal itself. I think the nice part is at the end of that process, CCAG endorsed the proposal and I can use the word enthusiastically, they were very, very excited about the prospect, and the Board of Supervisors also unanimously approved or endorsed the process. There are two documents that are available to you. One is the proposal itself, and the other is an executive summary, which takes the basic information and provides a more graphic and easily understandable and readable version. If you're graphically oriented, that might be the way to go. The proposal is mostly text with some figures. The proposal, so what's included in the proposal? One of the things that came out of the discussion with elected officials and with staff was that there was some hesitance about having this kind of a countywide issue, sea level rise in particular, but flooding as well, continued to be overseen by the Board of Supervisors, and there was an interest in seeing some local involvement in the process and the local voice to be heard. So one of the significant changes in and the second part of that was not wanting to create another agency. There was some real hesitance about having one more agency in the county. So this took that input and said, well, one way to accomplish this is we can take the countywide flood control district, modify the governance to provide city oversight, and that meets both objectives. It's not a new agency, and it's not the Board of Supervisors on their own making the decisions. I think the other thing is legislation written in 1958, approved in 1959, probably needs a little bit of an update, so it was probably a good time to go forward. The change to accomplish this with the flood control district requires legislation. That legislation is being carried by Kevin Mullen, and also supported by Jerry Hill. So we have good support, and the southern part of the county, it's Assemblyman Berman, I think is the name, if I have it right. But they all have, we met with them, and they've all provided some clear support for the legislation finding its way through the process. There's a 3-year startup. I'll talk a little bit about what would be included in that, and then to make that happen, it's really important to have startup costs contributed so that that work can continue. And probably the most expensive part of that and the most needed part of that is a flood and sea level rise investment plan. Today, as a county, in a unified way, we don't have a plan. It makes it very difficult to go after funding when you can't really describe the overall concept of what you're trying to complete in terms of projects and the impacts that you're trying to mitigate. The other part of it is that we need to communicate that to the public as a whole. Up to this point, it's been really I'd call it an agency-related process. Trying to think about how to create a new agency that can provide these functions is really an administrative function, but what ultimately is going to be needed is a willingness in the public in one form or another to help fund at least the local share of these projects that are needed to protect us. There are two parts of the existing programs that we do not want to disrupt. One of them, Erica Powell is here this evening. She works for the county, and she's managing the flood resiliency program, which I think you may be aware of. And we want to make sure that that project and that program continues without disruption. The other part is that we have this flood control district, and they are doing work. The county provides that function, and we don't want to disrupt that either, nor do we want to disrupt the existing funding stream that is there. And I'll talk a little bit more about that, but basically it has pre-Prop 13 property tax dollars that are then have to be spent inside the 3 sub-areas that are, or subzones that are within the county. The process has been interesting. It has moved fairly quickly. I think the window of opportunity is unique for us to move this proposal forward. The proposal has been developed, and that's what I've just described in kind of an outline form. This step that we're in now is the endorsement process. As I mentioned, both the county and CCAG board have endorsed this proposal. And then we get to the startup, and that should be around July. There's a little bit of a change because we were hopeful that the legislation could be modified and signed by the governor by July. that requires some clear urgency factor that, frankly, we could not really present. So it's more likely that the legislation will be available in September for the governor's signature, and the new agency, or the conversion of the flood control district to this new agency, could happen in January. Then there's the 3-year startup. That's also quite aggressive when you think about trying to put permanent funding in place for an agency like this. So the intent is to demonstrate progress and try to get to the finish line. If not, we need to come back to the cities and basically say, here's where we are, here's what we need to do yet, and potentially extend the time if necessary. But that would only be done if we've shown considerable progress and the opportunity for success at the end. This is a little bit of the funding breakdown. The agency startup would be functioning with about, well, let me back up a little bit. The funding is going to be shared 50% by the county and 50% by the cities. The city share would be applied to the startup of this flood and sea level rise resiliency agency. And then the county would also contribute into that same process. Not half of it, but the $350,000 that they would contribute would bring us to the $1.1 million for the annual cost of operating and starting up this new agency. As I mentioned, the MOU services and the flood control district work we want to continue. So $400,000 from the county has been assigned to making sure that that work continues, and that's kind of at its existing level. These are for the MOU projects, is what the flood resiliency program is. So it's a group of cities that have shared interest and an interest also in collaborating to find solutions. And so they've come together, and they could certainly modify their scope and change the budget, but we just wanted to make sure, and Supervisor Pine, who's been instrumental in this process, wanted to make sure that we weren't disrupting something that's making good progress in the process of trying to then broaden the responsibilities to deal with sea level rise in other flooding areas. Then the flood control district, as I mentioned, the pre-Prop 13 property taxes, it's about $3.8 million. Most of that goes to Comer Creek. Then there's another thing that we probably don't think much about, and there are actually fees that are charged for the CCAG countywide flood stormwater water quality program. And that's about $1.5 million. We don't want to disrupt that either. So these two parts would continue on with their existing funding levels while we're spending the $1.1 million a year to start this agency up. How do we get to that point? The key is getting cities to participate. The challenge was trying to find something that was simple, fair, reasonable, and achievable in terms of the funding. Population is not necessarily the best gauge of what an agency should probably contribute in the long term, but in the startup process, it's a pretty good surrogate for what we need to do. And so the idea was to establish 3 tiers within that funding based on population. So you're, I believe, in that middle category, I think about 43,000, something like that. And so your annual contribution would be $40,000, and that would go towards the startup functions entirely. There are those agencies like Daly City, San Mateo, Redwood City, I'm trying to remember who the fourth one is, that are in the upper category that would pay $55,000. And it's intended that collectively we'll get this moving forward and get the investment plan assembled and clear to both the city council's board of supervisors, but also to the public about what we need to do and what happens if we don't do it. The work that's being done now by the County Office of Sustainability is really clear in terms of the vulnerability of our shoreline, both on the ocean side as well as the bay side, and establishing kind of what the potential risk is. We need to then say, well, what are we going to do about it? And that's what this agency is focused on. A little bit of an update, and there'll be a little bit of hot off the press. We've been to a number of different cities. Some of them, as you have put it on for action in a single meeting. Others have asked to have 2 separate meetings, one kind of an informational meeting and then action at a subsequent meeting. So Belmont, South San Francisco, East Palo Alto, Half Moon Bay, Brisbane, and I'll add in, as of last night, San Carlos. have all endorsed this proposal and have agreed to fund their share of the startup costs. Atherton had a presentation on February 6th and is coming back. As they described it to us, they wanted to see how all the other cities reacted, and they're coming in at the very end to basically be able to see the whole picture. Menlo Park, similarly, I think they're actually coming in maybe on April 16th for action. And then Coma has it on, is it tomorrow? On their consent calendar, so we're optimistic that we'll have the support from them as well. We're hoping that from you this evening, and then we're at Portola Valley tomorrow evening as well. So we've been making good progress. I've really been happy with staff and the city managers, both in San Bruno and the other cities, to help get us on the calendar. When you think of it, with 20 cities, trying to get endorsements from all of them, and you try to look at a calendar and see how you're ever going to make that happen. It's been really a pleasure to work with the city managers and find the time on your schedule to come present this information. We should be finished, by the way. If you look at the Atherton date and the date at the bottom, we're hoping to be finished by mid-April with the endorsement process. And that's all we're really asking for. We're asking for your endorsement and agreement to fund $40,000 for the startup costs on an annual basis for 3 years. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I also want to point you to the website that is available. It's in the middle of the screen. And it is I guess I'd describe it as an interim website until we get this to the point where this agency is really starting up. So you have to have this exactly. Google doesn't find this very easily, or any of the other search engines. So it's resilientsanmateo.org. And if you go in there, it not only gives you the 2 documents I described in this presentation, but also some of the background that was led to those decisions, as well as kind of an update on the meeting status for endorsement of the proposal. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And Erica would be happy on any of the questions related to her area.
Thank you, Erica. Did you want to say anything while you're here or no?
We were waiting because we saw each other.
I know. And then, Larry, thank you for the presentation. Right. I know that, if I'm not mistaken, it was in December last year that Jimmy Tan, the city manager, deputy director of Public Works, and myself attended a meeting in San Mateo as we tried to get the staff together with electeds just to see about going, even if this was a possibility. If this was something that people wanted to get collaborative on, but it was also in numbers. It makes a better sense. You get more collaboration, and everything affects. It was interesting for me when I was there that you had people in cities or towns that said it really doesn't affect them, honestly, one way or the other. However, they felt very strongly that how it affects us or how it affects the next city does affect them indirectly or directly. So it was nice to see a collaborative effort by the electeds throughout this county at that meeting in December. So I didn't expect that type of outcome within that. So I was impressed with that. And so I don't know if the city manager, you have anything to add, or?
No, staff has also been tracking this at a couple different levels. So the Public Works directors have been talking about this, and the San Mateo County City Managers Association has had a number of meetings and a number of speakers on this topic as well. And so should council decide to direct the city manager to include this in the next year's budget and the subsequent 2 years thereafter, we are prepared to do so, and so we await your direction.
Questions of staff or Larry from Michael?
Actually, the only question or request, being that we've already reviewed priorities, and so this would be really the first addition to what we had started down on a budget. $40,000 isn't very much, but I have a feeling that between now and the end of the next fiscal year, there's going to be other requests, other really important things that we need to focus on. So I don't think it'd be an issue at this point based on what I've seen of the budget, but it would be useful, I believe, to me and maybe to the rest of the council, if we sort of keep a tally of these things, and because it does get, I've seen it grow to the point where we get to the end of the year and now all of a sudden we're in the hole where we thought we were doing great because there were so many of these great ideas that popped up along the way during the year. And we deal with each one of them individually, but collectively they may end up being a lot more than we had bargained for. So I would just request that if we can get a reminder along the way, whenever something out of budget shows up again later in the year, that we sort of get a running tally of everything that we've committed to, so that we're not surprised at the end. But other than that, I think this is a very good effort, and I support it.
Okay, and City Manager, that would also be, obviously, we get quarterly updates on our budget and make any amendments that we need to. In addition, this is the budgetary process that finance and other departments are undertaking, so it comes at the right time to line item it. Other questions or comments? All right. Good. Laura?
Yeah. I mean, I would just say that, when we don't work together, we don't have the competitive advantage. So this is a perfect, I think, direction for something that's really affecting so many of our residents as well.
Irene?
Thank you. And thank you, Larry, for the presentation. You boiled down 3 years of work into 20 minutes. And literally it has taken us 3 years to get to this point. It was something that Dave Pine brought up, and it was, at that moment, only the Board of Supervisors, in his scenario, only the Board of Supervisors would be the governing body of this, and CCAG members, myself included, said, oh, wait a minute, we want to have our input on this, and through collaboration and a lot of hard work, we came to where we are now. So I'm excited that we are here, and for people who out in the audience and out listening to this, they may think, well, San Bruno, we've got the freeway, we've got the airport, nothing's going to touch us, why should we bother? But just remember, where you work may not be here. You obviously drive on 101 at some point in your life, and that may not be protected if we don't collaborate and get these things underway. Where do your kids live? Where do your families live? All those kinds of things. If it doesn't touch this city, if we don't work together and get it all done for everybody, it's going to affect you somehow or another. So I'm excited, and I'd like to introduce,
Before you do, I think it's important too, because it affects a lot of our residents, as we know. Staff fought very hard with the FEMA and the appeal, but this is also something that if we collaboratively go down and make improvements and changes through more being assertive, being proactive, that this is something that can assist the community that is being forced now, thanks to FEMA and the flood, to try to reverse that. So that's another reason that is good for San Bruno and good for our residents. So I just wanted to add that. And now, please, if you don't mind, do we have a resolution?
So I have to move to approve. This is a new way to do it. Move to approve.
Is there a second?
The resolution.
Motion and second. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar?
Aye.
Vice Mayor O'Connell?
Aye.
Mayor Medina?
Aye. Again, Erica, thank you very much for your patience, and Larry, thank you for your patience and your presentation.
Thank you.
Item 6B, adopt resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Griffin Structures for project and construction management services for the Recreation and Aquatic Center project in an amount not to exceed $1,079,000 to be funded through a grant from the San Bruno Community Foundation.
City Manager.
Javon Grogan, City Manager. Jimmy Tan, our Public Works Director, will deliver this report. But I would just like to say that the item that is before you is just one step along the path to develop the new Aquatic and Recreation Center. And so we are in the middle of schematic design, and we provided a presentation to the San Bruno Community Foundation last week at their Wednesday night meeting. And so we will be providing a full update to the public on the April 9th City Council meeting. But this is one component of the project to provide project management, construction management, inspection and testing services for the project. The total amount of this contract is budgeted within the grant that we will be receiving from the foundation for the construction of it. And Director Tan will talk about the process in a little bit more on the services that this vendor will provide.
Director Tan.
Great, thanks. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. The objective of the item tonight in front of you tonight is regards to the authorization of award of contract with Griffin Structures for project and construction management services for the Recreation Aquatic Center project, an amount not to exceed $1,079,000. And the agenda for the presentation is as follows. First, I'll provide a brief background on the project and how we got to where we are today. Then I'll provide an overview of the consultant selection and the criteria used to select the consultant. I'll discuss the scope of work, schedule and budget, as well as the alternatives and recommendations. So here's the background on how the project evolved. In the aftermath of the devastating 2010 PG&E's gas pipeline explosion, the city negotiated a restitution settlement with PG&E in the total amount of $70 million in 2012. The City Council then determined that the funds would be used for the long-term benefit of the entire San Bruno community. And in 2013, the city established an independent not-for-profit San Bruno Community Foundation to manage the restitution settlement funds and to oversee the use of the funds. In 2015, the foundation conducted a community listening campaign to identify the community priorities for use of the restitution funds. The campaign identified the community priorities for the replacement or addition of new community facilities and to support the delivery and expansion of the community programs and services. So following the completion of the listening campaign, the foundation identified that $50 million of the restitution settlement funds will be dedicated for the design and construction of one or more of the facilities. And the city recognized that the $50 million would not be sufficient, therefore conducted a subsequent discussion with the community in 2016. And that process concluded in 2017 with the City Council approval of the Community Facility Prioritization Report, which identified replacement of the Recreation Aquatic Center as the community highest priority. And also in 2017, through a competitive selection process, staff recommended the City Council to approve a contract with Group 4 to perform the conceptual design alternatives for the new project at the Rec Aquatic Center. The development of the conceptual design included several components such as site analysis, building design alternatives, evaluation of project budget, and operation strategies, selection of recommended alternatives, and public engagement. And that conceptual phase was completed in 2018. And also in 2018, after completion of the conceptual phase, the City Council approved a contract with Group 4 to perform the development of the design and construction documents. And that scope of work includes the schematic design development and review, preparing the construction documents and the bid documents, as well as support to bidding and award of construction contracts and construction supports. So currently now in 2019, the schematic design development process has commenced, and which the city manager mentioned it will be completed in a couple of months. Then Group 4 will proceed with the preparation of the design documents. And lastly, construction is anticipated sometime in 2020. So as previously mentioned tonight, the action is to award the contract for the project and construction management services. Due to the limited staff resources, the city is unable to dedicate a staff person to perform as project manager on this project. And the selected firm will serve as the city's representative to oversee the work of the architect, the contractor, the subcontractors to ensure the project is completed in conformance with the city scope, schedule, budget requirements through the design and construction phases of the project. To select the consultant, first staff issued the RFP, or request for proposal, in September 2018. The city received a total of 4 proposals, and these proposals were evaluated based on the criteria that you see on the screen here. We looked at the work plan and approach, experience to make sure that the firm has experience with the project and construction management services for similar projects in size and complexity. That includes a swimming pool component, the quality and completeness of the proposal, the qualifications and experience of the staff, and we also review the manpower allocations or labor effort to determine how it compares to other firms in order to determine whether the firm can effectively and efficiently complete the project. And although the city is not required to review the costs, we did review that as well. The cost proposals ranged from $930,000 to $2 million. The city conducted interviews with the firms for this project. Three of the four firms were interviewed. with the staff from the city as well as Community Foundation in December 2014, December 14, 2018. And based on the evaluation of these proposals, reference checks, and interviews, staff is recommending Griffin Structures to provide professional project and construction management services for the project. So here are some of Griffin Structures' experience. A majority of the firm's work has been for the public sector. The firm has managed and provided similar services for numerous municipal agencies related to construction of community centers, sport complexes, and libraries. And some of the projects are highlighted on a slide there, and you can see the Aquatic Center renovation in Mission Viejo, the Lake Forest Recreation Center and Sport Complex, the Fullerton Recreation and Aquatic Center. There's also the Half Moon Library, which was recently completed, and currently they're working on the Burlingame Community Center as well. The scope of work and schedule includes the following. First is the coordination and communication and work with the city's team and architect and contractor. Since there are multiple firms, departments, and stakeholders involved on this project, we want a firm that is capable of communicating the work and working with everyone to ensure the project is successfully delivered. The firm will be required to oversee both the design and construction projects budget and schedule to ensure the cost does not exceed the available budget. The review will be performed at every design submittal stage. The firm will also perform quality control and review of all project deliverables to resolve any design conflicts and address them prior to bid. Independent cost estimates will be conducted as well to confirm that the estimate is prepared by the architect. It's in line with what should be. Since the funding for the project is limited, the firm will conduct their own project estimate and compare with the architects. The firm will also perform value engineering at various design stages as well. The service also includes construction management and inspection services. The firm will observe activities during construction to ensure that the products are being supplied and construction work being performed are in compliance with the drawings and specifications. The construction costs will also be monitored. Change orders will be reviewed for justification and will be negotiated with the contractor. So as for the project schedule, the schematic design and preparation of the construction documents will take approximately 16 months to complete, and the bidding and construction phase is currently estimated to be about 24 months. And as for the fiscal impact, the overall Griffin Structures' proposed cost is $929,000. Staff is currently proposing to include a contingency of $150,000 for additional services, and this contingency will be initiated if required for extra services performed outside the original scope of work after approval by the city. And this inclusion of this contingency will prevent any delays in having to come back to council for budget amendments in the future. The foundation has committed to its intent to grant the total budget of $1,079,000, which was approved last week by the board. Following City Council award of contract tonight, staff will work with the foundation to execute a grant agreement to reimburse the city for expenses related to this project. As for the alternatives, here's some to consider. Do not authorize the contract with Griffin Structure and direct staff to choose a different firm. Direct staff to work with Griffin Structure to further review and modify the scope of work for the services to reduce cost, and or request staff to issue a request for RFPs for this project again. But currently, staff is recommending the council to award a contract to Griffin Structure for this project. So this concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions. And the staff from Griffin Structure is here tonight as well, if you would like to ask him any questions.
Yes. Thank you, Director. Questions from council?
Please. So, this project's been a long time coming. I think we're all excited to see it come to fruition. The last thing I want to do is slow it up, but $1 million is that's a big price tag, and so. Early on, when we started down this road, I suggested, and the mayor concurred, agreed to have basically a little mini oversight committee on this project so that we could keep an advisory committee to keep track of the expenses and make sure that things were in alignment. And so I would want to hear from the members of that, just in terms of the thought process that went behind this. I'd like to hear a little bit more about the day-to-day involvement of this. I imagine it will probably be not just one person, but maybe multiple people at different phases that would be participating. What sort of reports we could expect to get, what kind of check-ins we would get at council meetings to keep us up to date on what's going on. Again, I'm really concerned about, this translates to roughly 2% of the total budget. I don't think this particular expense was envisioned initially when we started scoping out, and I know that we're already talking about maybe scaling down some things to try to make it fit within the budget. So, before we bite off that other chunk, I want to make sure that we've really taken into consideration all of the different components, potentially other things that could come up along the way, and just make sure that we're not setting ourselves up to come up short at the end.
City Manager?
Sure. So there were a couple parts there that I think should be answered by different individuals. The first, one of the parts was this envisioned in the initial budget? There are essentially three parts. Pre-construction project management, construction management, and then inspection and testing. The latter two were always envisioned. The portion that was added was the pre-construction support from this vendor. The reason why that was added was we are in the middle in schematic design of taking the community's conceptual design and what I like to call, we're going from the 30,000 foot to literally 1 foot. And we wanted the entity that would be on site day to day throughout construction that has experience in building similar pools in with us as we're going through this process. And so there was an additional add, but it wasn't the entire scope that was added. We can accommodate this in the $50 million budget. There absolutely are some budgetary challenges that we are working through that we presented to the foundation that we've worked with the advisory committee on. The advisory committee is made up of 8 individuals, 2 members of the city council, 2 members of the planning commission, 2 members of the park and rec commission, and 2 representatives from the community foundation. That committee has met on a monthly basis. There are a number of technical advisory committees of staff that meet. There is also an internal steering committee of staff members that is made up of myself, the finance director, the public works director, the community services director, a number of other people in community services, and I'm leaving out, and development services, our community development department. And so we have a lot of hands on the project, and we will kind of give the full update on where we are on April 9th. I think another question was, what will be the day-to-day involvement? And I think the best person to answer that is a combination of Jimmy and the consultant. So I'll turn it over to Jimmy.
Yeah, so John Hughes from Griffin Structures here. And day-to-day involvement, currently, there will be a project manager dedicated for the schematic design during the design stage. And during the construction, there will be a construction manager and an inspector involved for this project. So, and there will be estimators as well that are being proposed to review the cost estimates that are being performed as part of this project. And John.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, my name is John Hughes. I'm Vice President of Operations for Griffin Structures, and I appreciate the opportunity to stand before you and have you consider bringing us on for this exciting project. To answer your question, the day-to-day operations, you will have a full-time construction manager located on site observing the progress in the field. That individual, during construction, evaluates all the materials being put in. It manages, or they manage, all the communications going on between the contractor and the architect and the city. Also coordinating all of the utility coordination for PG&E and other utilities involved, as well as being an interface for the city inspection services. One of the main roles and one of the main benefits that a construction manager brings to this kind of project, especially a big, complex project, is exactly what the city manager described earlier, which is to bring us in during the design phase. Because in many respects, we function like a police officer. We are there to represent you and to enforce the documents as they've been designed. But if we have the opportunity to participate in how those documents are prepared and how some of the details, some of the nuances, some of the challenges that we've run into in the past, then we can head off challenges before they materialize in the field. That's probably the best way to preserve your investment and to ensure that the project goes smoothly, is to be able to think through the challenges during the design phase, during the early phasing project. And yeah, so that's one of the reasons why it's important to bring a firm like ours on early in the project. As for some of the reports that you'll get, we produce change order logs. We produce monthly reports that will go to city staff that will make its way to you. If there is an advisory committee, we would present a monthly report to that committee, giving that group an update on engineering challenges, schedule updates, activities in the field, change orders that might be on the table, potential conflicts, or unique installations that are upcoming. You'll also receive, the construction manager will produce a daily report in addition to a daily report produced by the contractor. And then we will also, as part of our scope, there is a comprehensive cloud-based data or document management system that captures every document that's being produced on this project. So you can imagine with a project of this size, you will have requests for information in the range of 300 to 400 questions from a contractor going to the architect. It's our job to make sure that that information is conveyed adequately, the answer is consistent with the documents, and it doesn't add time or money, if at all possible. That's just one aspect. There's also documentation for every material that gets installed. There's verification in paperwork form of that material, as in the form of a submittal, as well as shop drawings, special inspection reports, testing reports, environmental inspections that are related to the best management practices for water quality. It ends up creating an enormous trove of documents that we manage in a cloud-based document management system that gets turned over to the city at the end of the project. So, and that's maybe 50% of all that's involved. So, but I'm happy to take any other question you guys might have.
Go ahead, City Manager.
You also handle neighborhood concerns and questions, so can you talk a little bit about that?
So we, like the slide showed, we do almost all of our work for public agencies, so cities and counties like yours. And we find that being able to engage the public and the surrounding neighborhood in an effective way is the best way for keeping their support of the project. So we have strategies that we pursue or that we recommend, that we put in place, that engages the surrounding neighbors, the very folks that are most impacted by the construction activity. They're usually the ones that are often the most frustrated by the construction activity, whether it's noise or dust or trucks or just the messiness of a construction project. So we will implement measures such as or will recommend the implementation of measures such as a 24-hour hotline. We often find that that's a great way to allow residents to just call in and say, I saw something that I didn't understand, and they leave a message, and they are guaranteed a phone call back within 24 hours. We monitor that voicemail system. We recommend a response in talking with city staff, and then either we or someone from city staff can call that resident back. We find that just that alone, giving the neighbors, the local residents, a chance to be heard, a sense that when they have a thought or a concern or a question, that there's someone there to ask a question to and they get a response, is 90% of what gains their support. We do public outreach, we'll do door knockers, we can do flyers. We've even done quarterly job site tours. A lot of this has to do with how comfortable the city is in terms of what they want to introduce, but where you engage the neighbors and demonstrate to them some of the exciting things that are being built. We will also prepare and publish a quarterly update that says, this is what has happened to date, and in the next 2 to 3 months, you can expect these activities, especially if there's things that might be noisy or things that might, they might see something that like a big concrete crane that's dumping concrete to build the pool. They might wonder what that is. This kind of communication allows them to have a better understanding of what's going on.
Michael, did I answer, or you follow up for John Weiser?
Follow-up.
Please.
Good. So roughly 15% contingency on this. In your experience, what sorts of things might lead to having to dig into a contingency? What kind of things might come up that would trigger that?
For our contract, few. Our personal goal is to be the one consultant that never has to ask for more money, because it's our job to save your money. Mm-hmm. So we're the ones that are fighting against the contractor and every other consultant and trying to deny them their request. However, there are times where our contract runs out, and probably the only reason why that contingency would be tapped would be if there was, in the course of construction, if there was unreasonable delays to the project that required the contractor to exceed the duration of the contract and therefore required us to be on the project longer than anticipated, then that could trigger the use of some of that contingency. But I'd say even in that case, we often try to manage our own time and our own hours in a way that we can adjust for that. We try to. Once we're under construction and you have a full-time person there, it's difficult if the project goes on delay for 3 months and no activity happens. It's difficult for us to take that person, send them away, and then bring them back when construction starts. So we would negotiate and work with staff on the best use of that time. But that's very rare. We rarely, I don't, in my career, I haven't seen a delay like that. And you know, this contingency we're starting to see other cities do this with services like this on large projects, just because there are still, this early in the stage, there's still so many unknowns that, you know, one of our key contributions is to help determine how much time the contractor has. And, but not knowing that yet, that would be the only reason why you'd want to hold on to that contingency. If for some reason we find halfway through design that they're going to need 2 years to build the project instead of 16 months or 18 months or whatever that is. But in almost every case, we do everything we can to not even touch it.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So you basically you're signing up for the 3 years and 4 months roughly, but if it goes well beyond that, then that would be okay. Thank you.
I'm good.
Laura?
I would just say that I'm actually, conversation or comment was made about what was the process to get down there. And I know that when the discussion was presented to us by the city manager, it was definitely something that I think we all felt very favorable about. And the reason for that is that we just don't have the staff to dedicate full time on a project like this. And we know that mistakes or things not properly managed can cost us a lot of money down the road. Especially, you know, one of the items that you mentioned was just making sure the right materials are installed. You know, those kinds of things can cost us a lot of money 5 years from now, 10 years from now, et cetera. Or the things that we don't think about or make sure we include based on the experience that your company has. So I think it's, in the end, although it seems like a costly piece to it, it's actually a very, you know, it could be two major issues. It can be up in $500,000, and we're right there in terms of saving money. So I think it's an added benefit, and I think it really takes off a lot of pressure by staff. Managing a number of different trades on a project is challenging in itself. And in order to have something happen in the time frame that happens, because every day our doors are closed, is costing our city money.
Marty?
Yes, thank you. Can we just go back to that previous slide that showed the scope of service? As a former inspector, I truly understand and value bringing on the inspection team as early as you can. So my questions are going to be coming from the inspector side of my experience. And so, have you worked with Group 4 before?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And of those projects that were on the other side, like how many, or what can you tell us about the projects you worked with Group 4?
We are currently working with Group 4 on the Burlingame Community Center and the Yorba Linda Library. The Burlingame Community Center just started recently. Our contract began, I want to say, 3 months ago. And they're early. They're almost paralleling you in their design. They're a little bit further along.
Sorry.
You've got a good voice. They can hear you. The Yorba Linda Library project, we're also working with them, and that's under construction currently. And I would say that they're one of the best architecture firms that I've worked with. I think you're going to be very well served with Group 4. The experience that we're having, you can always tell a good architect by how the project goes once it's under construction. They're great on paper. All of them are great on paper. But once it actually gets implemented in the field, that's when all the problems really start breaking out. And so we're seeing construction underway right now with them on a project, and it's going very well. They're responsive, they're timely, their documents are comprehensive, and they're thoughtful. So we're excited to work with them on another project. We've met with them already to discuss strategies on this project in anticipation of hoping to work together with them on this and thinking through ways that we can work together. It's an important thing that your construction management team and your architectural team have a good collaborative relationship, because when they can be adversarial, it just doesn't go very well. And one of the things that we like to advocate and we take pride in is creating a collaborative work environment for the entire team, even with the contractor. Believe it or not, you can actually turn a contractor, a general contractor, into an ally, into a team member. And part of that is through having good documents.
Right.
Yeah.
So, based on the current schedule, you know it, when would, and maybe this is to you or to our city manager or whomever, when do you start work? You get the project gets awarded, and you're starting and going to be at the next meeting, or how is that going to work?
Sure. And so our next internal steering committee meeting is tomorrow, and we have already been working on the contract. But one of the things we want to do is bring them in early. So we have tentatively scheduled for them to sit on tomorrow's meeting that starts at, 2 or 3 o'clock.
That is early.
Yeah, we're ready to start tomorrow.
And that's great. So as you ramp up, maybe you can help. You mentioned a little bit about having would you call it the project, a resident engineer or the program manager?
It's a construction manager.
Construction manager, and then he's going to have he or she will have an inspector force.
It's going to, the construction manager will also be doing quality assurance.
Okay.
So the role of the construction manager is to verify that all, like we said, all the documents and all the products are being installed per plans and specs. But more, in addition to that, making sure that the specialty inspectors are doing their job. So you're going to have a special geotechnical inspector that we will help you hire. We'll help produce that RFP to bring them on. They're going to do all of the specialty inspections that have to do with geotechnical inspections, as well as special inspections related to concrete placement and steel welding and field welding like that. Those are specialty kinds of inspections that a special license is required. So our job is to bring on the right firm that has the right scope and oversee that inspector and make sure that they do their job in a timely way and that they're verifying that the contractor is building the project per plans and specs on that level, as well as coordinating with your building inspector, as well as any utility inspectors that also come in. And then also interfacing with the architectural engineering team. They have their own inspections. So the structural engineer has to come and verify that the structure of the building is suitable. The civil engineer has to verify that the grades are suitable. So quality assurance is beyond just our individual eyes and ears. It's actually us coordinating the entire quality assurance program. And that's the job of the construction managers, to oversee and organize and ensure that that takes place.
Okay, sounds pretty good. That's it.
Okay, any other questions? Circling back around to council? Absolutely. Is there a speaker card? Nope. There should be? I just asked the city clerk. Is there? Oh, you're more than welcome to. I just wanted to make sure for her record. Please. I knew the first speaker card. No, I was talking about the second one.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No,
That's fine.
I filled 2 boxes.
Oh, there you go.
Good evening again. Simon Mazzola. A couple of concerns. The presentation from the potential construction manager seemed a good one. But I think that you're putting the cart before the horse a little bit. I've heard that we don't know what the numbers are on the project, and that makes sense. If the plans aren't drawn, you can't submit anything to a contractor to get a price on it. And I think that's where we're at. We don't have the plans yet, so we don't know what we're sending out for bid. And if we don't know what we're sending out for bid, we don't know how much it's going to cost. We don't know if we can afford it. I've heard that there are some concerns about the affordability of this. So spending $1 million at this point, or at least committing to $1 million at this point, I think is putting the cart before the horse. We don't know if we can build this project. I would recommend a delay on that. If you don't know if you can afford it, why commit to $1 million to have somebody manage a project you don't know you can build? I would hate for the city, already in a budget deficit, to take on a project that causes a lot of financial problems. So I think it's more prudent to know, can we afford it before we move forward with these steps? I understand how construction works. It's part of what I do. And I know that owners always want to move forward quickly, but what I always recommend to them is take it slow. Make sure you're taking things one step at a time. Don't get ahead of yourself out of eagerness and overcommit for things you can't afford. Secondly, I don't know why we don't have internal people to handle this. I know this is a big project, but I've heard on other projects that we have budgeted money for construction management or something like that. And I keep thinking, we're a business, we're a town, we do a lot of construction. This is a big project for us. Why are we constantly hiring construction managers? Why not just hire the right person to do this kind of work in-house? I understand that perhaps we don't have that capacity, but we knew this was coming. Why didn't we get it? So, in terms of dealing with budgets and being a little bit overdrawn this year and maybe going into next year, it's usually a better idea to have the staff on hand rather than to hire it out. So just to recap, if we don't know if we can afford it, I think it's premature to go into this. The company does sound like a good one. I would defer to staff if they vetted them and they think they're a good one. I don't have any reason to argue that. I just don't know. It doesn't seem to me that we're ready to do that if we don't know if we can afford the project. And again, why don't we have people on staff to handle this function? Because I think it'd probably be done cheaper. Hopefully just as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that's here that wishes to speak on this item? Okay, if not, I'm going to bring it back to council, and if it's okay with staff, I'm going to ask in regard to Simon. I think that we did have 2 specifics, and that was just the cart before the horse, can we afford, as well as why don't we have an internal person that's currently on staff that can do that. The only thing I will comment, Simon, is that when some folks say go slower, a lot of people in our community have said it's too slow. We need to speed it up because things haven't even started yet. But anyway.
Sure. Javon, I will address both of those. I think the first one is, are we putting the cart before the horse by entering into $1 million contract for project management and inspection and testing if we do not know if we can afford the project? I think the premise of that, and let me be clear, $50 million is a lot of money. And we will be able to build a very beautiful aquatic and rec center with $50 million. The question and the budgetary question that we're answering now is exactly what elements will we be able to build? And it's, will we build this base building, or will we have all of the assets that the community envisioned? The easiest one to talk about is the outdoor pool. Certainly this community wanted an indoor pool in the nanatorium, and so the conceptual design has an indoor pool and an outdoor pool. One of the questions that we're asking is, can we afford to build that outdoor pool right now? We'll still be able to build the year-round indoor pool, but can we really afford the outdoor pool now? And that's a tough question that we are really grappling with, and we're doing a number of things to adjust the budget and figure out, can we do that now? But we certainly will be able to build a building. It will be a beautiful building, but it may not have all of the assets that the community envisioned. There may have to be a phase two. And we're talking about, well, what components can we really chunk out as a phase two, and what can we all fit in that $50 million bucket? I think the other question was, why can't this be done by staff, and why don't we have inspectors on staff? I think there are two parts to that answer. One, we have very, very qualified staff, but this is a very unique building, and it really requires someone with experience in developing recreation centers, but more important, indoor aquatic facilities. The nanatorium is extremely expensive, and the air quality systems that you have to have in a building like that are critical, especially in our climate. So having skilled people that do this for a living, I think is critical to having a building that we're proud of and that we can maintain into the future. I think the other part of that is, why don't we have more in-house inspectors? We absolutely do have some in-house inspectors, but we also contract out. One of the reasons is most of the construction work we do is roadway, sewer, water related. There are a short amount of time that you can do that during the year. Essentially, it's in the non-rainy months. And so the construction season is not year-round. And so when you total up the number of hours that we use, absolutely, when you just look at the number of hours, we could employ more staff to do that. But when you look at the actual months that we use those, it's actually better to contract it out. And when you just look at the hours, it doesn't account for the fact that during that construction season, we have multiple projects going on simultaneously. And so we may be using 300 hours in a month on various projects, but one person can't manage all the projects. And so most cities actually have a base amount of inspector staff, and then you supplement that with contractors. And so that's why we do it in that model, and it's just because of the nature of the projects we construct and when we construct them.
Thank you for your comments. Marty, did you have something else? Go ahead.
I worked here for almost 11 years as an inspector for Public Works, and there's no way, unless you're building these buildings often, there's no way you can amass that amount of experience to do this work. It's that specialized. All the other inspection parts that were discussed, the geotechnical, the welding, that's we don't do. In the past, we haven't done enough of that work to retain somebody with that skill set and pay them enough as a public works inspector. Those specialty inspectors are costly, and only a huge city could afford to have a huge staff that can do so many different things, and that's why I'm going to be voting for this proposal, is that it's that important and it's that specialized, and it is expensive. So I hope that answers your question.
No, but I do appreciate, because it's important to ask, because somebody else may have that comment, and I will tell you the last time we had a municipal facility was this. 1987 is when it opened. I was on staff in Parks and Recreation, and I can tell you that the director was tasked, Mr. Peter O'Shea, Director O'Shea, to oversee it all. And I can tell you how much staff resources it took away. And again, that didn't have the aquatics, didn't have basketball. It was the facility we had here But that's the last time we actually had a municipal facility built in this community. So to what Mr. Medina is saying, I've seen it from a different perspective, from dirt to when we had the ribbon cutting here and the anniversary since. And so it is a specialized thing that happens very infrequent to maintain that. Also, when I used to go get permits from various communities, I can tell you that almost every city and town within this jurisdiction of the county hires outside inspectors. A lot of them, some are here, some are in various cities. And also the other element we have is PERS, the retirement system, that obviously you hear very much about. So when you don't have to do the benefits and you don't have to do the long-term contribution toward the retirement system, that obviously is a challenge for everybody within the county. That's some other elements, but just from my background as well. So thank you. So if there are any other questions or comments from council, this is an action item asking for a resolution. Any action from council?
Through the chair, motion to adopt resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement between Griffin Structures for project construction management.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion made and second. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar?
Aye.
Vice Mayor O'Connell?
Aye.
And Mayor Medina.
Aye. Item C, please.
Item 6C, adopt resolution initiating property owner notice and protest process as required by Proposition 218 for fiscal year 2019-20 garbage rate increase proposed by Recology San Bruno.
Director D. Martini. Director.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is CC Martini. I'm the city's finance director. It is my pleasure to present. Is it on? It is my pleasure to present the garbage rate adjustment for fiscal year 2019-2020. So the objective of the presentation this evening is to receive an overview of Recology's rate application for fiscal year 19-20 and describe the review process that the city will embark upon. And then we'll also be asking the City Council to adopt a resolution initiating the property owner notice process and the protest process, which follows Proposition 218 processes for fiscal year 19-20 garbage rate increase proposed by Recology San Bruno. So the agenda for tonight's presentation is to provide you with a really brief overview of the franchise agreement between the City of San Bruno and Recology, talk about the rate adjustment being proposed for fiscal year 19-20. I'll give you a really quick rate change summary for residential and commercial toters. I'll talk about this San Mateo County city disposal rate comparison chart of how San Bruno's rates compare to other cities in San Mateo County. Talk about the application review process currently underway, give you an overview of the protest period and the timeline to implement the new rates. I'll show you a quick screenshot of what the public notice looks like, and then be happy to take any questions that you might have this evening. So as I mentioned, the City of San Bruno has an existing franchise agreement with Recology San Bruno. It was made effective on July 1st, 1998, and it currently will expire on June 30th, 2024. It includes many terms and conditions related to solid waste collection services, including composting and recycling. It also talks a lot about the administrative processes in regards to billing, record keeping, fees, and then also the process that dictates the rate change adjustments. There is a process by which every third year there is a detailed rate review, which is conducted, where a more thorough application is submitted to the city from Recology, including information from their financial statements and other rate assumptions. In the 2 years in between the third year, it's a more truncated, compressed review that isn't so detailed, based on other factors like CPI or inflationary assumptions. So the rate adjustment being requested by Recology at this time is a 5.34% rate increase from last fiscal year into fiscal year 1920, and the new fees would take effect on July 1st of 2019 if approved by the City Council. So over the past year, many municipalities have seen many rate increases in excess of 10 to 20%. Recology has stated that the largest driver of the increase is due to the effects of the National Sword campaign by China regarding contaminated waste. This is primarily for materials being shipped to China, such as paper, cardboard, and plastics. Prior to this campaign, 10% of materials shipped were allowed to be contaminated. The new rules require no more than 0.5 contamination. Meeting this stricter threshold is much more expensive for garbage companies to meet. As a result, recycling revenues have gone down and are not expected to increase in the foreseeable future. Also, because of the high standards to be met, the cost for preparing recyclable materials to export has increased pretty drastically. 2/3 of the cost increase in San Bruno is due to the National Sword campaign. So 2/3 of the 5.34% is due to the National Sword campaign. Garbage management is by nature a very high capital, very labor intensive operation. And those costs quite frequently outpace normal like CPI inflation. So that's another factor as well. So this table on this slide shows you the residential and commercial garbage toter rate change summary from the current rates to what is being proposed. And so, I'm sorry. This is the per monthly fee. And so based on the rate change for a 32-gallon toter is the first line here, for example, it will increase by $1.61, going from $30.09 to $31.70. The examples of the proposed rate change is for your typical residential and commercial services listed on this table. And these rates are for garbage, recycling, and compost bins combined. This increase would be effective for bills being produced after July 1st, 2019. Just by way of reference, about 80% of the city's residents have the 32-gallon toter, just for your reference. Solid waste collection and disposal rates do vary among San Mateo County cities based on several factors. Cost for service can depend upon the frequency of recycling collection, organics composting, the ratio of residential and commercial customers, and unique operational constraints in some jurisdictions. The following table here is just listing the current monthly rates in 18 nearby cities for a residential 32-gallon toter compared to San Bruno. You'll see the average residential 32-gallon toter for these 18 cities listed here is $32.62. San Bruno's toter rate would be the 10th lowest, so just a little bit below the average of about 92 cents, or 2.8% lower than the average of these 18 cities. So about in the middle is what we're seeing here compared to the other cities. The Finance Department has already conducted a preliminary review of Recology's rate application for fiscal year 1920 to assess the need of the increase and compliance with the franchise agreement. No decision has yet been made to increase rates at this time, as I mentioned earlier. Staff has reviewed the items of the application as it relates to the agreement, the various terms and conditions of the contract, including the adjustment factors and the various cost of living assumptions. Staff has already analyzed many of the expenditure line items and supporting documentations on the application. We've also compared the application financials to Recology's audited financial statements as well. We reviewed projection assumptions, adjustment factors, so on and so forth. The city has also recently retained R3 Consulting Group, an independent consulting firm that specializes in utility rate reviews exclusively for public agencies, to conduct a thorough review of Recology's fiscal year 1920 rate application. The scope of R3's review will include a review of the application, the supporting documentation received from Recology, Recology's financial statements, the adjustment factors, the franchise agreement, the calculation methodologies used in the application, and then they will submit a report to staff on their findings and recommendations as it relates to the application. The city has not retained an independent consulting firm to conduct a review of Recology's rate programs since fiscal year 13-14. At that time, the city retained HF&H consultants to conduct a review of the organics program. But a full comprehensive review of Recology's rate application has never been conducted. And so we do feel that it's necessary to do that at this time. It is considered to be a best practice to do that. And particularly in a detailed rate year, it's a great opportunity to do that. And as in prior years, the City Council may choose to create an ad hoc garbage committee to review the rate application. Staff and a member of the consulting team would be happy to support the subcommittee if the City Council chooses to do so. The public hearing and the protest procedures are consistent with Proposition 218, provide the notice to residential and commercial property owners and residents 45 days in advance of the public hearing, following which the City Council can act to approve of the rate increase. Only if written protests are received from a majority of the property owners would the proposed rate increase be disallowed. The following schedule on this slide outlines the city's implementation of the proposed process for considering the rate adjustments. Assuming City Council directs staff to move forward with the noticing process, we are scheduled to move forward with mailing notices on March 26th. So again, just the action proposed at this time is a review of the proposed rates, and then moving forward for the public hearing in May for requesting approval. This slide just shows a quick screenshot of what the proposed rate notice, public notice looks like. The public notice is a 3-page document which goes into a little bit of detail about the rate changes for each of the different types of toters. It talks about the hearing schedule, the protest period. It talks about the approval process. It provides some descriptions about the rate adjustment being proposed, the increases to the garbage recycling, and the organic container types. So just wanted to show you what the notice actually looks like. So just to reiterate, my request to council this evening is to adopt a resolution initiating the property owner notice and protest process for the fiscal year 1920 rate application. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I would like to also mention that Kirsten Pinocchi, the general manager from Recology San Bruno, is also here, and she's available to answer questions you might have as well.
Ms. Pinocchi, did you want to say anything at this time? Okay. So we're going to bring it back to council. A few things on the report. So first of all, as you indicated, Director, that the organics was in 13-14, and to your knowledge, and going back to former finance director, that we have not really had an outside to really go through the detailed report, which is our opportunity every 3 years or so to really go into the minutia of what is being requested of us. So I know there was a question about having an ad hoc committee, which we've had in the past. It is my belief that what I'm planning to do is to have it as a study session for the entire city council. I think the city council should have that opportunity, so since this is the first time that we've had an outside person to really finite the items. They're going to come back with the data with staff. I think it would be a value for all of us to hear it at the same time, have those questions answered rather than having two people and then coming back to the council as a whole. I think that's collaborative, and I think that would be of better value for us. I think also another item that has come up in the past when we had the water sewer rates was in regards to the property owner only, and or then those people that are maybe paying the bill who are renters / tenants. So I would want to hear from council. I would think we might want to lean that way, but of course I want to see what the council feels as far as the notices are concerned. So with that, open it up to council for comments. If there are any questions, I should say. Irene.
Thank you. Before we do that, with Prop 218, who has to make the protest? Is it the property owner or the person if they're a renter? So that might decide who gets what.
So this was discussed in some detail in prior meetings.
I thought so.
Right.
I'm wrong.
It seems to be discussed in some detail at most meetings when this issue comes up. So if you take a look at the notice, which is attachment 2 of the packet, what it says is that it will consider public comments as well as written protests. So under Prop 218, it's the property owner that can protest, but we have historically allowed individuals who were tenants, we've given them notice and allowed them to submit written comments as well.
Okay.
And I think the notice contemplates that prior direction from the City Council.
Okay, I thought we had, but so clarifying. So I suggest we continue doing the same.
Okay, Michael?
Through the chair, I remember when that discussion came up last time, there was a concern about the cost of the additional noticing if we weren't going to do just homeowners, if we had to extend that to homeowners and basically the people who were paying the bill. And I don't remember what that impact was to our cost of doing additional mailings. But I do remember that we didn't get a very different result as of the number of protests that we got was very small in either case. So I mean, as an experiment, I know we were ready to try out, being more open, more encompassing. But if it's gonna, I'm just curious about what that does to our cost.
And Michael, you're correct. I believe my memory is about as far as the protests. Also, my understanding is Recology pays for the notices, so it's not an additional cost to to us as a city.
Well, I would argue that we end up paying for it.
Well, you may pay for it, but I mean, we're not going to it's not going through our meter and all of that. But at the same time, you brought up a question that we wanted to see what that would produce, and it really didn't bring forward a lot more, even though it was more broad-based. So that's a valid point. Other questions, comments?
City manager.
Oh, I'm sorry, city manager.
Yeah, I cannot answer Councilmember Salazar's question precisely, but the cost for a citywide mailing is about $6,000. Roughly $4,500 of that is postage alone. And so to really answer your question, we'd need to know how many of the property addresses have an owner that has a different property address. And because we plan to send it to every address and the location of all property owners that have a different address as the physical address in San Bruno. And so we can do that analysis. I don't think it would be highly significant. My gut is it wouldn't be $9,000, but it'd probably be between that $6,000 and $9,000 mark.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The reason I say it is when mother owns property, tenants pay for it.
So our residents, they're tired of rate increases. Of course they are. Everybody's tired of paying more, but it's kind of it's in your contract, and it's kind of it is in the business that when cities make these contracts, they allow the disposal company to recover ongoing costs. We had a 5-year contract, is that correct? 5-year contract we just recently approved, and I voted for that. At the time, it includes the rate increases. I doubt there's any garbage company out there that would sign a contract saying they're not going to have any increases in the future. Just like all other businesses, they have to recover their costs. It is large this year, probably larger than in recent memory. So if we take that data and 2/3 of the rate increases because of China not accepting our garbage and our recycling, and that cost is 3.5%. So the increase that Recology is asking is 2% year over year. Very important to keep that in mind. For the first time ever, we're going to go ahead and have this audit. I think that's money well spent to show to our community that these numbers are valid. I don't want to see your rates go up. I don't want to pay more, but that's life. It's terrible fact that things cost more, and we have to live in this world, right? So what I would like included in this mailer is a reminder for everybody to use their free pickup. Every year you're allowed 2, I think 3x3 area of waste, and you call Recology up, you let them know, they'll say yes, okay, leave it out on the certain day, and they will come and pick it up for free. I've used that one time in my 17 years here in San Bruno, right? But that's a free service or a service that's provided with that could be reminding people, so it's not all bad news. It is bad news to pay more, right? But to make it more digestible, a reminder that you do have this service included. So I appreciate the efforts that we made to not only let the residents know, but the property owners know. It's $3,000 more for just letting the residents know. Their vote doesn't necessarily count legally, correct? That vote from the residents, if only property owners have a true say in this, right?
Yeah. So tenants would not have a vote.
Right,
they will be able to provide the city council with public comment.
And over the years, we probably had, a couple hundred, maybe maximum, people protesting the actual rate increase. So it's probably not the best money spent, but it's still, I think, reaching out to the residents to letting them know that what the law is. So those are my comments, and I'd like to hear what anybody else has to say.
I would just say on that, I would think whether maybe staff and Recology work together, whether it's the insert in the utility bills, whether it's the publication that you place out, I think there are the reminder of the 3x3 so that it gets disposed of correctly. But I think in addition that there's a 20-gallon tote that folks can opt to, since you said 80%, I believe, DiMartini, was 80% of our residents use that. And I know I could go on my street and there are some that could probably have it smaller if they really wanted to. And maybe it's just a reminder that option is available. So maybe those items would be better in an insert or whatever, but you folks can work what is best effective in order to communicate those. Yes, Marty.
So Recology, Kirsten, you came up here, I believe it was last year, and kind of said there was going to be this outreach to remind residents about, keeping their recycling bins a little cleaner. If you can just kind of give us a little bit feedback on how that's working for you.
Thank you. We are still communicating with the residents on their blue can that if it's contaminated, we are letting the resident know that the items that were contaminated and how to take them out. We notify them by the cart hanger. We then notify them by a letter. And then the customers essentially will give us a call back, and our customer service rep will kind of remind them what's not allowed. Things are getting better from the residents, so we're not getting as many contaminated carts. So we are able to change the behavior, which is our ultimate goal. So it's working, and we're continuing to do it. We're about to update the cart hangers, so we're narrowing things down because they are getting better. There's not as many contaminants, so it's a ever-changing process that we're going through.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else from council?
To the chair?
Yes, please, Mike.
Chris, so it's interesting that the main driver for this increase is the increase in the cost to recycle materials. And initially, when recycling was introduced, it was actually a way for us to reduce our costs by diverting from the landfills. And so as that landscape sort of shifts, it'd be interesting to know, and I know you're probably not going to know this off the top of your head, but it would be interesting to know how our costs currently are, or how expensive it is to, say, handle a ton of compost versus a ton of recycling versus a ton of landfill, and see if there's anything that we can do as residents to help control those costs. If we could make lifestyle adjustments that would kind of help. Maybe we make sure that we tell the newspaper company to stop throwing the free newspaper out there. Maybe we stop printing as much. If the paper cost is driving it, we can make decisions about how we consume plastics, and maybe that could help offset some of those costs. And I think it's important for residents to know that there is something that we can do as individuals that could help drive these things and in the grand scheme actually help the environment by doing things that are more sustainable. I know the composting, we keep that local. Some of those materials come back to us and we have a little bit more control in that. So maybe if we can divert more of our waste into that stream, we can help keep costs down. So it'd be interesting to know if there's some kind of analysis that we could get on that.
That's a great idea. I think the main driver, now that recycling has changed, is to stay away from the single-use plastics, to buy in bulk and to put it in jars, at home and keep reusing, and to really avoid the single-use plastics, to avoid such things as the styrofoam, and make it on the consumer responsibility. Don't purchase from companies that produce a lot of single-use plastics, and put it back on the manufacturers. But yeah, I can tell you, it is the loss of revenue that we don't get for the recycling anymore, and there is now a cost to recycle, to put it through the sort line and then get it to a processor at some point. So the biggest driver of the rate increase, as you well said, was the problems in China. So it's not just in San Bruno; it's all over.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And Kristen, I would be very interested in finding out how the composting program is going. It's been 3 years now?
Yeah, 2014. No, it's been longer.
Okay. So I know when it first started, people were kind of hesitant about it, and there was a lot of discussion about exactly what to do and what it was going to cost and all those other things. So can you come back sometime and arrange it with the city manager and tell us how much diversion has occurred because we have organics and all those other things that are associated with it. I would
Absolutely.
be very interested. And I know you're working, and your education coordinator is working very hard with all the schools too. And that would, I think, people should know that that's happening.
We would love to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other question, Marty?
I'm sorry, I didn't ask earlier. This is, I believe this would be for staff in their analysis for the rates that are throughout our county, that if we're seeing a larger increase that these cities are going to be dealing with, because if it is the recycling component, I'm pretty sure that most of the disposal companies are facing the same problem. So that should be reflective in the rate increases for what place we're currently in 10th or 12th. And that data, is that based on previous year's data, or has any of that data been increased or revised?
That data that he put on the slide, that is current rates in all those cities right now. And some of those cities they have rolling rate increases. Some are January, some are July, some might be October. They're all very different, but those are current rate increases as of today.
So it's fair to say that we're most likely going to see at least a minimum of 3.5%, because if that's the amount of increase that we're seeing from this China recycling problem, that it should be reflective across all garbage companies.
Well, I don't know that she's going to want to speak on behalf of other garbage companies.
I think we're trying to use I'm hoping a little common sense in a way that it's going to affect everybody. This is what's happening.
I can provide an initial response to that. So in initial conversations we've had with R3 Consulting, right, there are consultants that we've already retained. They've talked to us generally about what's happening in the industry, like a little bit more broadly. And they were the one that provided me with the industry analysis of some cities are seeing between a 10 to 20% increase. And so our increase is not close to that. But I want to sort of reserve the right to get a better debrief from the consultant before we can come back to you with a better analysis.
And that's why I'm suggesting that we do a study session so we all hear the same thing at the same time, and we have that expert before us that we can also rely on. Okay, so is there any action on this item?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution for the noticing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Just on the question,
Yes.
I just wanted to make a comment. Sorry, thank you. I just wanted to make a comment about why I think it's important to send to both property owners and the occupants. I know some people who own property that they rent it out and they personally don't pay the bills. So I think it's important that the person who's consuming the service know that the rate is possibly going to be increased. So that's my other rationale for that. So having said that.
Please. Okay. Clerk.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar?
Aye.
Vice Mayor O'Connell?
Aye.
Mayor Medina?
Aye. Item D, please.
Item 6D, adopt resolution appropriating $8,480 from the Restricted Revenues Fund, City Art Program fees for the creation and installation of art onto 3 traffic signal controller boxes.
Take the license off.
Mr. Wallace.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Tim Wallace, Community Services Superintendent. I'm pleased to present you with a resolution authorizing art to be created and adhered to 3 traffic signal controller boxes at various locations in San Bruno. The San Bruno Culture and Arts Commission embarked on a utility box art project in 2016. The Commission selected a total of 6 boxes to be included in the project and assigned a theme to each. Originally, the Commission envisioned having artists paint directly on the boxes. However, paint on utility boxes tends to fade fairly quickly. Also, if the art were to get damaged, it would be difficult to repair. With these issues in mind, the Commission voted in 2017 to have the project's artists paint their designs onto canvas, digitally photograph their art, and then have a contractor convert the photographs to vinyl wraps, which the contractor would then adhere to the boxes. Vinyl wraps have a lifespan of 6 to 8 years, whereas paint lasts just 3 to 4 years. In addition, if at any point the art is damaged, sections of the vinyl wrap can easily be replaced. 3 separate RFPs were issued through the course of 2018. Each RFP resulted in the Commission selecting a design for 1 to 3 boxes. After the 3rd RFP, the 6 boxes each had an assigned design. Of the 6 boxes in the project, 3 are owned by Caltrans and 3 are owned by the city. In light of the fact that the Caltrans permitting process is complicated and lengthy, staff is recommending that the project be split into 2 phases. Phase 1 would be the completion of the 3 city boxes. Once the city boxes are completed, staff will move to phase 2 of the project, which would be the completion of the Caltrans boxes. The city boxes have the themes nature, history, and high tech. The nature box is located right outside this building, the Senior Center, on the corner of Crystal Springs Road and Cunningham Way. The history box is located at the corner of 3rd Avenue and San Bruno Avenue. And if you'll note, the panel on the left with the airplane has some lettering on it. It says Francisco. That would be removed. It would just be a plain red plane. And by the way, you're probably noticing similarities between these 2 designs. They are the same artist. And finally, the high-tech box is located at Cherry Avenue and San Bruno Avenue, right near the Bay Hill Shopping Center. Staff estimates that phase 1 of the project will be completed within 4 months. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions of staff? Michael?
Through the chair. No, I know that the committee's been working a long time on this project, so it's nice that some designs were finally selected. I've seen a lot of other cities up and down the peninsula doing this, so I think it'll be a nice addition to our city.
Irene, anything?
Oh, no, I'm excited. I know they've been working on this a long time as well, and I applaud them for sticking to it. I know Caltrans can be difficult to work with.
Marty or Laura?
I'd echo that statement. Maybe we should consider the other signs instead of dealing with Caltrans anymore. It just seems like they're just hard to deal with. I think that's fair to say. And just 4 months to get them installed, that's...
Yeah, so we would give the artists a couple of months to complete their work, and then although that could be a little bit longer since the one artist has 2 works to complete, so it could be maybe 3 months, and then a month for the contractor to go ahead and complete the printing of the wraps and then adhere the wraps to the boxes.
Just curious, what's ahead? Are we looking forward to doing another 10, another 4, or?
So once it's completed and hopefully is successful, the commission would then consider whether we would want to proceed with more.
Okay, thank you.
Laura?
Just curious, because the 2 of the artworks are from the same artist. Is there not enough submissions of artwork to sort of share the wealth in the community so that we can honor, 3 different artists versus just 2 separate different artists?
So the reason there were 3 rounds of RFPs, the first round did not receive very many submissions. And this particular artist was in an early round. I think it was the first round, and so that's why the 2 were selected from the same artist at that time. After the first round of RFPs, we expanded the marketing and advertising of the project and received additional submissions.
I had something that Marty will follow me up, is the couple things I'd like you to explain, please, about where the money's come. There was an email that we received as far as why don't we take these dollars and buy garbage cans. So if you can explain that, obviously it's it's proposed for particular usage. And then 2, I'm going way back in time, but so have we gone ahead and reached out to the Skyline College or to Cappuccino High School to also see and encourage them? And long ago, back in our day, we had a mural program at Cappuccino because it was a way to combat graffiti. And honestly, to my amazement, some of the folks that painted it were excellent, as well as it brought pride and spirit, and also, to be honest with you, it was respected through Cappuccino with a bunch of high school students that, we mean well, but sometimes, so I don't know if we've ever gone down that path as well as to include them.
Okay. So we did reach out to Skyline. We specifically sent the RFPs to the Skyline Art Department. And then as far as Cappuccino, the thinking was that these are contracts that are being signed. So the project's been limited to those 18 and older adults. But in the future, if we do this again, the commission would talk about how we want to do it and whether they would include those under 18 or not.
And then on the funding source, City Manager.
Sure, I can answer that. So the funding for this is restricted. It is a surcharge on building permits specifically to fund art projects, so public art. And so it cannot be used for, I think what was mentioned was purchasing garbage cans. And so it is restricted for arts. The other thing that I want to mention, and this project has been a long time in the making, in the future we can potentially look at a different model to seek artists. Essentially, we did an RFP to find artists. We could flip that and find a design firm and pay them to design something. And so we can look into that model to get somewhat of a different design should council.
Different designs, and maybe it cuts down on the cost if this is successful.
Right.
I mean, on the timeline, I'm sorry. I didn't mean cost. I apologize. Marty.
Thank you. Mayor, you had my follow-up question of seeing how we could get more student artists involved in CAP and even the elementary schools. I mean, it's nice sometimes if you look at, you can recognize that the art was done by a really young kid, and I think there's a beauty in that too. So, and maybe finding the box near those schools and allowing the children from that school to be involved in voting or contributing to that design. I think that would be really cool. So I encourage you on that.
Okay. Any other comments or questions, staff? Any action? This is a resolution.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution appropriating $8,480 from the Restricted Revenues Fund.
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar?
Aye.
Vice Mayor O'Connell?
Aye.
Mayor Medina?
Aye. Before we go to item E, I just want to check with the council. Does anybody need a few minutes, or are we okay to proceed to the next item?
I,
A few minutes?
5 minutes.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute recess, and then we're going to move to our last item under conduct of business. Okay. Okay, we're going to call City Council back into session. We're under conduct of business, item E.
So I'll do a quick introduction. So
Wait a minute. Let the city clerk. It's all right.
Taking my
I know you're ready.
Receive presentation and cable enterprise business plan. Go.
So what we'll do is we'll hear from the city manager first, then the director. And what we'd like to do with the director is allow him to make his presentation through the plan and then hold our questions to the end. City manager.
Sure. So our cable director, Sandeep Krishnamurthy, will give the presentation tonight, but just a quick introductory comment. First, this is one more step in our assessment and process to develop the long-term future for the cable enterprise. And so we had 2 sessions with council where we took an in-depth look at the cable enterprise, presented that information. The very last direction that we received to council was to go ahead and put together a business plan. We have done that. That is in your packet tonight. And what you will see is a large part of our future success hinges on the fiber to the home project. We are not asking council to make a final decision on the fiber to the home project. There are various financing methods for that. And should council accept the business plan, we will go back, finalize those financial plans, and then bring those to council. This is accepting. Tonight is a presentation and accepting of the business plan. The other thing I want to say is just a very public and heartfelt thank you to Sandeep and the team at the cable department. Sandeep started, I started on the Monday about eight months ago, and Sandeep started on that Wednesday. What Sandeep and the team has accomplished in 8 months is nothing short of remarkable. Not only in their understanding of the enterprise and the larger national network of the cable industry, but also a number of the immediate improvements that they have undertaken and completed a number of them to really put the cable enterprise in a better state. And you will hear a number of those tonight. But I just want to publicly thank Sandeep for his leadership and thank the team that really rallied around him, that really had a long or a deep knowledge in San Bruno and passed that information on to Sandeep. And I think we have the right person leading the department to take us into the future. So with that, Sandeep.
Well, that set you up well, sir.
Thank you.
Wow.
Really appreciate those
thank
comments.
you, City Manager, for letting that be known accurate. And, sir, the presentation is yours, and we will hold our questions to the end.
Okay. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, good evening. I'm Sandeep Krishnamurthy, Cable Director of San Bruno Municipal Cable, and it is my pleasure this evening to present the Cable Enterprise Business Plan, which includes within it the Fiber Upgrade Plan. The objectives of my presentation are to provide you information on our path forward, the changes we have made to our business so far, our new strategies and plans, as well as outcomes and timelines of these strategies and plans. So we have a 3-part agenda, the first being a recap in brief of what we covered in the Cable Enterprise Study session in November, the second part being business strategies and plans, and lastly, the plan highlights. I had displayed this slide the last time around to give an indication of how San Bruno Cable stacks up against the national pay television market. And our penetrations are as follows. Nationally, broadband, our internet service is at 53%, and we are at 44%. On television, we have a 38% penetration against a national level of 41%, and we have very small penetration of phones at 6% as opposed to a national penetration level of 25%. We spoke about television becoming all apps and how the devices we hold in our hands are becoming like set-top boxes, and how consumption has become truly everywhere. The history of the cable enterprise from 1971 through to the last project we did, which was a router upgrade, was presented. And this includes an expenditure in total of about $18 million. All of these projects are to a great extent complete, with the last entry being the router upgrade, and we are close to finalizing and finishing up on that one. The financial situation for San Bruno Cable was as presented on the slide through about last month, which is average revenue per user of $109 with an expense level of $113 and a net negative margin of 3.7 or close to 4%. Our business goals, the budget we had for this financial year was $10.926 million in terms of revenue, with an expense of 11.056. We have to pay back a general fund loan of approximately $14 million, and the ARPU goals, or the average revenue per user goals we had set in place many months ago, was at 95, with a margin goal of about 10%. So it was to go from a negative 3.7 to a positive 10%. And we had established a subscriber goal of about 3,000 new subscribers to be added. One of the new goals we have added to this set is to build a cable reserve fund, as suggested by the city manager, which would account for about 5% of operational expenses. And we have incorporated this into budgets going forward. What we have accomplished since we presented in November is the following. We have launched a new set of subscriber rates in the marketplace, which include new packages that have at its base the internet offering for both fiber and non-fiber customers, and added to that a package of local TV channels or local broadcast channels and some select international television programming. We are going to talk more about this in the slides that follow. We have updated our TV guide to the point where we are ready to push out a new look and feel to our 15,000 set-top boxes in our marketplace, and that's due to happen within the next few weeks. As I mentioned before, we've added some select international programming to our basic TV channels, which are provided along with our internet service in one package. And these include Chinese, Filipino, and Korean channels to better address our Asian demographic. We already have Spanish language programming in this package. We have reduced the cost of telephone service on our system to $7.50 a month from the $29.99 we had in place. We have, as I mentioned before, introduced a new subscriber structure or rate structure. With the router project, we have increased internet capacity, and we have increased the speeds that are available within our system, and also overall reliability. We are proposing to change our mission and therefore our logo going forward in keeping with our request for a technological upgrade and a change in the business operations. And we have accordingly engaged at a preliminary level with a rebranding consultant, and we have also brought on board a marketing firm that's helping us out with developing marketing campaigns and ways to get our messaging out regarding our new rates, regarding our new direction, and more on this will come forth in a few months' time. The cost controls we have established include the following. We have changed our credit card processing firm and resulting in a savings of 30% of the costs. We have renegotiated our phone line rates. We have reduced those by 59%. We have new network monitoring systems in place with the vendor with whom we have already had a decade of experience, and that has allowed us to reduce the rates by 52%. The net result of all of this is where previously we were losing on average $4.21 per subscriber per month, we are currently down to about 25 cents of loss. And with a few more moves that we have in planning stages, we will be able to make up even that difference. We have Channel 1 upgrades under review, and more on this to follow in a few slides. The crossroads we are at. We have been providing service to the San Bruno community for the past 47 years. We have witnessed over the past few years an explosion in internet usage and growth in our system. We have gone from 1 gig to 11 gigs from 2011 through 18. We need to optimize our system, grow it in a better way to provide even higher levels of access and internet service to what we expect will be increased demand. Over the years, there's been limited investment in installing fiber, and the results have been very good. We have 70% penetration levels into those apartment complexes and managed to sustain those even since the time I last reported on those numbers. To perform a better job overall, we need to offer higher internet speeds, better data caps, and better TV and video packages to our customers to attract more of them to stay longer on the system. So the question we left with at the study session last time around was, should we proceed with the fiber upgrade, to which we attempted to answer yes. The benefits of fiber, as we pointed out the last time around, it future-proofs San Bruno cable. We will be able to offer 1 gigabyte and higher internet speeds. We will be naturally internet focused with a fiber upgrade because fiber is meant for the transmission of data at very high speeds. And over this internet access orientation, we will be able to offer video and phone services as well. With the TV Guide's new look and feel, our users will have a different experience of the video environment available even as we speak and going forward on fiber for a better experience. Our customers' usage of apps and IPTV will inevitably follow our potential upgrade to fiber if it were to happen, because that has already become the norm in the marketplace today, and it'll only get even more speed and momentum with our conversion. Lastly, one of the benefits of the new business orientation and the fiber upgrade would be that we could curate channels better for our viewers, and going forward that might actually help to retain and attract subscribers in a better way. We had listed out a few potential streaming partners which would become part of our business mix going forward. While we haven't yet taken any action on adding any of these partners, we do want to consider them as potential content partners going forward, and they include these and many more that keep getting added every passing day. The reason for this is mostly that the viewership for linear television channels has been going down over the years, and the slide continues, even while rates are going up. With the presentation last time around of the material we just went through, we got direction from you to develop a business plan for the future of the cable enterprise and to research and develop financial options to fund the upgrade, should you approve it. This brings us to part 2, which is business strategies and plan. What we propose doing for San Bruno Cable is to convert it from a cable TV focused provider to an ISP, to an internet service provider. It's not that we have not been doing this through the years. We launched our internet service provisioning business in 2002. All we are saying is we want to place this at the heart of what we do. And within this ISP or internet service provider strategy, we want to offer 3 services. The same 3 services we offer today, but offered differently. And they would include internet access, on top of which we would offer television and phone. Lastly, we would advocate going with a thick pipe, thin pipe hybrid strategy. What we've been doing over the years till this point is a thick pipe strategy. And what that means is that we have the cable going the last mile, including the last few feet into the subscriber's home, and we have sought to own the entire experience and the relationship with the subscriber. In a hybrid strategy, what we would do is have that aspect in place, and as well as a method of co-opting players who are vying for the in-home experience. And these would include anybody from Apple, who has just potentially announced the launch of a streaming service, YouTube TV, all these other people who are vying to occupy center stage within the home on the television screen. And also other app providers, of which there are about 200 in the marketplace right now. It would also include voice assistants that many people have incorporated into their communication and entertainment lifestyles. And it would also allow us to work with several other services that are even as yet making slow inroads into the home, including home security monitoring, devices like Nest and so on. So the essence of this thick pipe, thin pipe strategy would be we would have both 100% last mile subscriber relationship ownership for our existing and current base, and we would also, going forward, try to co-opt a shared subscriber relationship into our business operations. With an ISP focus at the heart of our enterprise business strategy, and additionally offering TV and phone add-on services over the ISP focus, what we would have to have in place to be able to execute properly is a set of complementary strategies within the enterprise that would work together and synergistically operate to give us success in our efforts going forward. And within this, we have a product strategy where we would advocate pushing a 1 gig service on fiber if approved, along with the local TV services, and where it's not yet rolled out, we would offer the best available speed along with the local TV channels included in one package. And that would be at the base tier of offerings. Beyond that, we would have other services such as expanded basic television, such as premium movie channels, even the phone available as add-on services. Hand in hand with this, our pricing strategy would include no contracts, which we have had in place for a long, long time. We would continue with that, and we would also seek to have reasonable price points and a one-stop bill. What a one-stop bill means is it kind of goes in hand with having a hybrid strategy of co-opting our service along with other services that are currently trying to attract subscriber attention and gaining traction within the home. So once we co-opt the service at the back end, we would seek to offer a single bill to that customer where we would integrate our billing engine with the billing engine of that third-party service. Such arrangements are already in place in the marketplace, and we would try to take advantage of those. Content acquisition. One of the ways in which we can offer these services in a way that makes financial sense to the enterprise going forward would be to curate the content we have in place based on data. What that means is, while we don't necessarily want to cut channels that we currently offer, we do want to remove a few services that are currently on the platform but not being used at all. And the only way we can do that is by having a data source that can aggregate viewership data, and we have that in place to be implemented within the next couple of months. Our marketing strategy would be extremely essential in a new ISP-focused environment, simply to get informational messaging out to the public about what's available through our new rate structure and through our new packages, and also about the changes that are likely to come should the rollout happen, where we would roll out in phases and have an informational campaign in each phase before, during, and after the rollout to let people know about what's coming to their neighborhood, to their particular home. Technology strategy. What we have had is organic, which is it's developed or gotten incrementally added to over time, where new forms of transmission of the television signals, such as a transition to high definition or to digital, has happened over time, and we've added those pieces as we've gone along. They have led to a kind of unwieldy environment where we have very different systems and modules in place, all being held together through basically the skill sets of a rather experienced team. And where we would like to go to support all the other strategies that we are proposing right now is to standardize at the back end and to make ourselves more amenable to multicast internet protocol streaming, which would allow us to offer IPTV, app-based television going forward, and other services yet to be understood properly by the marketplace, and also move towards a bring your own device kind of environment where our end users or our subscribers could buy their Roku sticks or other access devices for their homes from the local Best Buy or on Amazon or wherever, and move us out of the business of dealing with reception hardware. The last piece in this would be the operational strategy, and this here the orientation is to reduce complaints from subscribers. Most of it is based on a set of taps and nodes that are electric powered and that fail on a constant basis. This is what we see as the cost at the back end. At the front end, the subscriber may see it as something not working at his end, as internet's not working, his television signal's not okay, and so on. We want to have, as part of the enterprise business strategy, a plan to replace defective taps very quickly, very rapidly, and in some cases rather proactively, even before they completely degenerate to the point where they're not working at all. With this kind of a plan, what we would hope to do is to achieve a bunch of no-fault days, or as many no-fault days as we can get, and that would inevitably result in fewer truck rolls. The last piece in this, in the operational strategy, would be to aim for solving problems at the individual level, but seeking to broaden them or the solutions out system-wide. So if somebody has some aspect of noise or something that becomes evident to us in their home and we fix it and we come up with a plan to fix it, we would try and roll it out to other parts, other nodes, other parts of a system, such that overall there would be a resultant decline in the number of complaints received. So the point of this slide is that it's not simply changing strategy at the top end. We're going to have to do it in each piece of our enterprise and our business. And these pieces have to work together to actually make the enterprise strategy itself work. So the broad changes that would be delivered by all these strategies working together would be to set us up from our past and current status of being a cable TV focused provider into a pivot towards being an internet focused and IS focused provider with an additional cable TV service and a phone service through internet protocol oriented provider. Where the market has been so far is that it has It has high costs in terms of video. The triple play packages have become rather bloated, and voice and data services are kind of an add-on or an afterthought after the television baseline offering. Where the market's headed towards and what the strategy would help us achieve would be to offer reasonable cost to customers based on a base of internet access provisioning, on top of which we would add video and phone services as a la carte options. The new rate structures we have established have been distilled down to door hangers that we've actually put out into the marketplace, and samples of which are available out in the lobby. We have one set of rates for the areas which have fiber rolled out, and another set for the areas where fiber has not been rolled out. The base package in the fiber rolled out areas is at $80 and includes 1 gig internet service accompanied by a package of local television channels. This compares favorably with competitors' rates. In areas without fiber, we have the same kind of package offering, but up to 300 Mbps internet service at $65 a month. On top of it, we have Wi-Fi service, which has been growing rather quickly on our system, and that's offered at $8.95 a month. Our new phone price, as I mentioned earlier, is at $7.50 a month and is now available as an a la carte option. We continue offering low-income internet and TV, and we shall continue doing so into the future. We have changed and actually introduced a business rate card for the first time, and the $300 rate you see on the screen there is for 1 gig symmetric internet service, which means 1 gig downstream and 1 gig upstream, along with 2 executive phone lines. And that would be available only in internet in areas rolled out with fiber. For the remaining areas, we have 300, 75, and 100 Mbps downstream services at $150 through to $65 price points. So the benefits of the strategies that we are putting forth to sort of move us forward into the future include the following. We are ready to offer fiber-based internet access and TV. Our pricing takes care of that aspect, and our packaging. We have exclusive services now available for the first time to our business customers. Our residential customers now, for the first time, have a choice to customize their own communications and entertainment bundle. Previously, they were locked into these bigger packages, which limited their ease of maneuver into signing up for third-party services on their own and building a bundle of their own choice. With the new cost controls and rate cards that we've put in place, we have largely eliminated at this point the losses we were incurring on a per subscriber basis, and we are positioning ourselves for growth. So our current situation is that we are now positioned to benefit customers and the business with fiber technology. As part of developing a new mission and a new set of strategies to move us forward, we are in need of a new logo and a new look and feel. And to do that, we have, as I had mentioned before, acquired the services of a branding consultant who has just begun work with us. The processes of branding, it's a multi-stage process, basically coming up with the right ideation, the right narrative, the right mix of look, feel, colors, palette, and so on. And the net result is a new brand that we can use to position ourselves in the marketplace and to identify ourselves as a forward-looking business in this environment. We expect to have a new brand ready for unveiling sometime at the end of third quarter into the fourth quarter of this year. To get our marketing messaging in place and ready to roll out, should we roll out with fiber, and also ready to take advantage of our new directions with rates, subscriber structures, and packages, we have a sample of marketing collaterals, and we're working with an agency to develop them for our own purposes. And this is an agency that has worked with fiber related rollouts and companies around the country. And you see a set of samples on the screen. So these are more samples of mailers, digital messaging for systems that I've rolled out with fiber. And this sample look and feel of materials. The fiber rollout plan is the next section. Our physical rollout plan involves a 24-month effort from the time we get the go-ahead from council and financing is put in place. And the plan has been developed at the pole level, involves 7 distinct phases which would cover the whole of San Bruno. The actual cost of the project is currently estimated at about 10.7 million, and we have added a contingency of 15% in our request for financing. The rollout plan would involve 1 project consultant, 4 temporary technicians, and contractors for whom we would go out to bid. The 4 technicians that we propose hiring for this project on a temporary basis would report to the project consultant, and their task would be to complete the drops going to each home from the central or from the lines that would run through each street and each part of San Bruno, which would be done by contractors. Our rollout cost is vastly lower than comparable rollouts simply because we have an existing business, we do not need pole permits, and we have an experienced team, and we have cost controls in place. So what we are right now in terms of a fiber rollout orientation is poised for success. So in this section, we provided information on our new strategies, our new rate cards, branding, marketing plans, the benefits of the strategies, and the fiber rollout plan itself, as well as the process. In the next section, we will cover a little bit about the highlights of the business plan. We've projected subscriber estimates, expenses, and revenues in 3 distinct scenarios. Why have 3 scenarios? The reason is we are asking for 12.24 million in financing, which would take many years to pay back. And during this multi-year payback or earn back period, any number of variables can come into play and impact the outcome of the plan itself. So accordingly, we've developed a conservative model, a moderate, and an aggressive model for our business plan going forward. So what these models give us is a range. And we have a range of subscriber penetration we can hope to achieve within each of these models. And accordingly, we have a range of revenues we can expect to earn back, and also a payback period which would take a certain length of time for each scenario. In the conservative scenario, we have subscriber penetration that ranges from 35 to 58%. Just to set the context for this, our current penetration is 46. So we're actually projecting lower than what we currently have in subscriptions, and we're projecting a timeline of 15 years in this scenario to pay back the amount we would request in financing. Our moderate projection would have us going from 41%, which is again lower than what we currently have, and up to a high of 66%. And the payback period on this is 13 years. And finally, our aggressive model would be 47, which is just 1% higher than what we currently have, and take about 10 and allow us to pay back the loan to the general fund in 10 years. The breakdown and comparison of the revenues. How each part of our business would contribute to revenues is the objective of this slide. And in the 15-year period for which we have built business scenarios, starting 2019, taking us all the way projected through 2033, we have the internet contributing 44 to 56% of revenues on average, whereas in the past we had the internet contributing 37. We have video contributing 38 to 49% of the revenues, whereas in the past we had 42%. And we have telephone contributing between 1 and 5%, depending on uptake. In the past we had about 4%. So all this contributes to a projected average revenue per user between 111 and 139. Now this seems to contradict the $95 goal I had put in place, but this range is has been calculated taking into account the expenses and the prices we expect to charge as of today. What I expect to happen going forward, and which would be a goal for the enterprise, would be to reduce costs, keep margins in place, and reduce cost to the customer as well, resulting in a lower ARPU but a retention of the margin. Finally, Channel 1. We operate a public, educational, and governmental channel, Channel 1, which streams this meeting, other public meetings to the citizens of San Bruno, and allows some kind of remote participation in the conduct of democracy within the city. And we would like to upgrade this service from its current standard definition format to high definition. The way the channel is currently maintained is through funding accomplished by $1.50 tax on every video subscriber. This tax would stay in place. We propose funding the upgrade itself, which would approximately cost about $175,000 through savings we hope to achieve through falling technology prices in the fiber build-out project itself. So there would not be a separate ask for financing of this upgrade. What we hope to achieve is, given the nature of technology and how, as time passes, different components of the fiber technology project could be expected to cost lower than they're currently forecast at, we hope to accomplish the funding of this piece, the Channel 1 upgrade, through that method. So in summary, in part 3, what we covered was the business plan scenarios that has been presented in detail as part of the business plan document itself. Projected subscribers, revenues, and expenses, some points on these aspects, and the Channel 1 upgrade. What we are requesting in this meeting from the council is approval on the business plan itself, the cable enterprise business plan, and should it be approved, we would seek to then present financial options to fund the upgrade to fiber at a later date. Brings me to the end of my presentation. I'd welcome any comments, questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation, the information, and the detail that you put before us, and with the cable department's support. When I just start again, it is not required for council to take action and make a decision. However, this is an opportunity for questions, so I'll start down with at this end, Marty, and then we'll just work our way through. Questions for staff?
Sure. First
Please.
of all, thank you very much. Clearly, you've been a very busy and efficient person in lowering the costs of our operations and putting this all together. It's been a long time coming. I had a couple questions from residents about why is the internet bundled with TV? If people just want the internet and they want no TV.
Yeah, it's an excellent question. And the reason we did that was to give people the option to have access to basic TV without having to buy a separate package. The way we positioned it is it's entirely optional to the subscriber to decide to activate the video part of their package or not. If the residents of San Bruno were to compare the cost of our package with what's available through other providers such as AT&T and others, they will find that we are generally, for gigabit service, we are about $10 lower, even including television. So it's actually a very good deal. And it is targeted towards those who primarily have already subscribed to a streaming service of some kind, some video on demand or some streaming service. And for those people, potentially the need to have a television subscription or access to other than local channels does not quite exist. So it's meant for a new type of subscriber, a new type of consumption of media. And like I said earlier, our subscribers don't need to actually activate the part or acquire a set-top box to stream those channels from us. The cost is still very competitive, even if they don't.
I hear that, but for somebody that says, I don't want the TV at all, lower my price.
We have an internet, 100 Mbps internet offering at $40 a month.
Okay.
It's in place.
So it's an option.
There is an
if
option.
you don't want TV, even at all the different rate cards for the gig speed, it says, local channels included.
Yeah.
But if they wanted to get out of having the TV at all, they could.
Well, the way it's positioned right now is for $40 a month, they would get 100 Mbps internet access, no TV. For $80 a month, provided they lived in a fiber built-out area, they would get the 1 gigabit internet access, and then it would be at their option to choose TV or not.
Okay, all right. Yeah. I don't watch much TV, but I received a question because people are talking about this new rate plan, and I think it's a little surprising that some people are like, well, they didn't know about it, they found out certain way, but the rollout of the information you covered in the presentation, so that should be coming pretty soon?
Yes, within the next, in a general system level format, within the next month and a half to 2 months, but to be more specific, the rates that are specific to fiber built areas would be rolled out in conjunction with the fiber rollout itself, should it be approved.
For the current changes in our rates, how is that being rolled out?
At the current time, we have, at the most basic level, door hangers prepared. But as I also covered in my presentation, we have a rebranding effort underway.
Okay.
So we don't want to go whole hog and print out a lot of materials and do a lot of...
I think it's great. I think it's clear that the prices are definitely competitive, and it's the level of service that our customers will be receiving through us instead of dealing with AT&T, which we've heard some horrendous stories. As part of that rebranding, I just wanted to make sure that the images are reflective of our diverse community. They were pretty vanilla. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Because we have everything here.
Yes.
And of course, it's going to be in different languages, I would just presume.
We haven't thought through, we're depending on the branding consultant to come back to us with ideas. We've just had a very basic engagement session. And what we expect to see is a series of ideation presentations, and which will be brought to city management's attention at the appropriate time, and potentially to the city council when it's at its final stages.
I'm going to have this next question is about the 7 different areas that are identified. In the presentation, it was hard for me to find out or to determine which of those 7 on the figure with the map are related to the spreadsheet. Because do you you following what I'm saying? It's hard for me to tell what
Absolutely.
You want me to go back?
Go back to it. I think there are two parts to that. One is you were trying to link the various areas with the costs on the spreadsheet. We can give you that information.
Okay.
What you don't see up there is phasing 1, 2, 3, or 4, and that is purposeful because we are still in the early stages, and we have to decide what the phases are based on various factors. And we didn't want to get into, I'm phase 3, why am I not phase 4 and phase 5? There's so many decisions that go into that. We wanted to kind of keep it high level and talk on the balcony about the business plan and the benefits to the community.
Right. And that's going to come after the financing plan?
The phases?
Yeah, I mean, I know what people are going to be asking right now is like, well, when am I going to get fiber? Are you going to go to West? And just curious to kind of, at some point, we're going to have that discussion, and we don't need to have it now. I get it, but people are going to be asking that really, really soon as they hear if we're going to be moving forward with this.
Right. So, I mean, once we get the contractor on board and we figure all that out, we will absolutely roll that out and provide that information. It's just a little too early right now.
Got it. I think that's it for now because I've been talking too long, and I'll let the other my colleagues.
Thank you. Laura?
One of the things we haven't done very well, and I'm just so happy to see this, is really looking at what we're selling currently. Who are our customers? What's the data that we're capturing? So we don't currently kind of have types of metrics where we know what programs viewers are watching, what we've seen the decline in viewership, and I think the other big piece is that reliability is an important piece.
Yes.
And for me to say I've got poor internet at home, but he's got good internet, might be two different things because of the speed that I'm getting. So I guess first question is, what kind of metrics are we capturing? And it sounds like we're going to be doing a lot more going forward. Number two is, how do we turn that perception that the viewer has in terms of the quality of what we're providing?
Okay, one of the points I mentioned earlier was that we have a bunch of defective taps or taps that are going bad as part of the existing system. And these taps are devices that are required, the electric powered, they're required as part of the hybrid fiber coax structure that we have in place. Once we go to fiber, these taps go away. And what happens because of that is almost immediately an improvement in the level of service or reliability of the overall system to the end user. In the meanwhile, even while we are planning to do that, what we have in place is a plan to replace defective taps fairly quickly. And we have been doing it for a few months now, but it's kind of chasing after a set of problems that keep showing up in different locations. You solve the one here, there's one there that goes bad, and we have several hundred of these taps in place, or actually a couple of thousand of these taps in place. So we have a plan. We are trying to replace taps as quickly as possible, soon as they go bad, to maintain the level of service. What we have noticed is in areas where taps have gone bad, we've replaced it, and customers have been complaining about poor service, we notice an almost immediate improvement, increase in speeds to 150 Mbps and beyond.
That's great.
Yeah, so it's a slow process, not perfect, but we're trying to get ahead of the curve a little bit and replace as quickly as possible.
And then tell me a little bit more about the complexes where we have installed fiber. You indicated that there was 70%, 76%. 70%. So are we seeing a continued incline? Are we getting a drop off in any? Are we?
No, we're not seeing a drop off. We see a 3 or 4, a movement of +3, +4 on a month-to-month basis, and this we attribute more to move-ins, move-outs, because there are several hundred apartments in each of these complexes. What we notice is that out of the 70% penetration, there is a 70% overall penetration. Internet penetration is 60%, and TV penetration is about 40%. So it's considerably more internet-oriented as opposed to TV. TV only is very, very small.
Okay, and then, I love the idea of we've got to better strategize. I mean, we offer an excellent service here in San Bruno for San Bruno Cable, and if we can improve the technology, the reliability of the product, and no contracts, you've got a business in town, I've got a problem, I walk into a business, I'm not on hold for 2 hours or an hour trying to reach somebody. I have an appointment to somebody to come out and check, I've got somebody that shows up. We don't promote that business very well, and we have it in the past in terms of how lucky. There are so many other providers that are out there, and you mentioned some of those names earlier in your presentation, where you can talk to a number of people who will tell you that their experience with them have been very poor. They don't show up when they're supposed to show up. When you go to call somebody, you're really not sure who you're calling, where you're getting, oh yeah, they're going to be out there, and you continue to wait. You can wait all day long and they won't show up. And San Bruno Cable does not have that experience. Anybody I've talked to that has a technician come into their home will tell you that we provide excellent service. And that our cable, in fact, I had a resident recently who do I talk to about the great service that this person was so patient and so kind. But that's the kind of information we need to be able to get out there and share. Because it is about price, it is about the reliability, but it's also about that great customer service we get that we don't seem to do very well. So I'd like to see more about how we can promote that as well. And the final thing I want to comment on is how I understand that from a resident standpoint, right? Family of 3, family of 4. What's it going to cost me? What's the big package, right? I want to have a DVR in every single room. I want to have TVs in every single room. What's that cost, and how does that compare? I'd like to see some comparisons with other. What is AT&T charging? What is DirecTV, Comcast, et cetera? I'd like to see some comparisons with those other vendors as well.
Okay, but at a macro level, as of today, AT&T increased all their streaming packages prices by $10 per package, and we have moved in the opposite direction.
So it's a good comeback.
Excellent.
Irene?
I was going to say that, yeah, that is a great comeback, and we should promote that more and let people know. I agree with Laura and Marty that we have a fabulous service crew, and they come for anything. I know people that they try to get the thing, they don't think about changing the battery on their remote. A cable guy will come out and they'll go through everything, and then they'll change the battery on their remote, and it works, and it's like, oh yay, and then they leave, and that's a fabulous thing for a lot of people that have no tech knowledge at all. So I agree with Laura that we need to make sure people know that we do that. And maybe interviewing some of the people and putting it on our new Channel 1, or however we want to do it. So, and before I give the mic up, I want to also thank you and your crew for doing all this. I know it was a tremendous amount of work, and you did it in record time. I know Al and Bob have been working on this before, but now it's all gelled together, and it gives us a complete picture of before, now, of possibilities. I think that was it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Michael, to the IT man.
Through the chair. Thank you. So, first of all, great plan, great presentation. I was very excited to see a lot of the things that are coming. I wanted to ask about the rebranding. It wasn't mentioned specifically, but I'm wondering, is the name going to change? Are we going to drop the cable thing? Will San Bruno still be part of that brand, or are we looking at doing something different?
I think cable will definitely drop. That's for sure. Anything else?
It's up for grabs.
A large amount of input is required from various parties, including city management, city manager, all of you. And
I think we want to keep San Bruno in the title. I think cable is not where the market is moving, and so, but we've all had ideas, but we're really looking forward to the consultant to give us some really good branding ideas, both logo and title. and less about what we call it, but more kind of what we look like, a new, fresh approach.
Okay, so it's interesting. I was curious of whether we wanted to really maintain that community thing or really go more with industry things where we're competing with things like Xfinity and Uverse and Sonic, things that sound techie. And do we want to stay homey or do we want to be techie? Where do we fit in? So I'm just throwing that out there. In terms of the timing, the marketing campaign, the rebranding, is that going to happen prior to the fiber rollout, in conjunction with the fiber rollout, or post-fiber rollout?
I think it's going to happen on parallel tracks. The fiber rollout is a physical rollout. We get an okay, we actually buy the fiber, we actually string it out with contractors' help and project consultant and what have you out in the field. The branding exercise is again physical, but it's more, it's changing the direction or setting the image of the enterprise, keeping its aspirations in mind. Now that aspiration is a moving target. It's going to start moving in the direction of fiber as soon as the rollout is triggered. So I would say it'll move on its track on the one hand in terms of rebranding, and then you'll have the physical rollout. So as each phase of the rollout happens, first of all, at the system level, we would have rebranding being done at the macro level, so to speak, for the 15,000 homes we have. And then as each physical rollout stage is completed, we would actually have a door-to-door grassroots campaign where we would have materials that are specific to each home being distributed and with the new logo and with the new.
Okay. And in terms of the rollout plan, we're talking about going to every home whether or not they're subscribers.
We are talking about passing every home, whether or not they're subscribers. We will do a drop to the house only when they subscribe. Only then would there be a reason for us to set up an appointment with that homeowner.
And how does the cost vary versus doing a neighborhood versus doing an individual home? So say, as we add more people later on, is that cost per home dramatically different versus getting people all on board ahead of time and doing the entire block at once?
Well, getting everybody on board at the start, when we are simply, so to speak, fibering the whole city, it would be enormously expensive for us because each home would add about $850.
Once the system is built, we get new pricing. Thank you. Once the system is fully built, and we will cover every home, so there will be a hot tap out on the pole, so if a customer calls up within an hour and a half, we can have internet in their house. Once we pass everybody, convert everybody over, now we're looking hopefully to grow several thousand new customers over the several years. That will cost roughly about $350 to $550, depending on what services they take, what kind of boxes they need in their house. If they just want internet, it's with the labor and the fiber box, it's about $350.
Okay. And I imagine right now we probably have coax going to pretty much every home. So turning them up is pretty much costless, but that wouldn't be the case going forward.
The coax is no longer going to be used to drop coax.
No, right. I'm just saying, so if we get a new subscriber today on coax, it hardly costs anything to turn that subscriber up versus if we add a new subscriber in the post-fiber world, there's going to be a few $100s worth of cost. And I think we've agreed that we don't want to go down a contract base where we try to recoup some of that by locking somebody into a contract so that we have that ability to recoup some of that. So that's why I was asking, what the cost would be per home as we roll them out. So I don't know if that's something that's being accounted for in the pricing and the long-term strategy. Have you thought about that?
Yes. I mean, to switch over all 5,000 customers that are left out in the field, that's all cost in that 10.5.
Okay.
That's in the budget there. But any new customers after that, and in that 10.5, I figured about 10% extra growth to cover, as we go, because people are going to hopefully say, yeah, hook me up while we're out there. So I did cover an extra 10%, extra 700 or more homes in that cost. If we go above that, then it's going to cost us about $350, but that's a good problem.
Right. Okay.
Another perspective on this is we currently have about 7,500 unique subscribers on our system. So that leaves about another 8,000 that we don't have. And that's the part you're asking about, which is, okay, how are we planning to cover those guys? And when they come on, we've added a new revenue stream essentially from each home. And plus we have, to Al's point, accounted for a certain percentage to be covered in our current existing budget. So it's a combination of these two aspects.
Okay. And as we roll out the fiber, are we going to recover the old cable and pull those off the poles, or are those going to be abandoned in place? How does that
We're going to
normally
pull
happen?
them off. We're going to pull it off. But the initial process of fibering or laying the fiber is called overhashing. So we actually lay the fiber on top of the existing HFC plant that exists on the poles. But eventually that HFC has to be pulled out. Otherwise, we'll be increasing the load on the poles.
Right.
Yeah.
That was a concern. Okay, thank you for that. Regarding the phone strategy, have we seen, after the price decrease, I'm not sure when that happened, but have we seen any net gains because of that price change?
A very small number. Most people don't know about it. And so far, all the phone subscribers we've had at the old rates have been in packages. So they won't even notice the difference. It's only the new subscribers who would come on once we start marketing it, where we expect to see some numbers and some growth. We've had about 50 people coming onto the new rate card, and the phone subscribers are less than 10%.
And at the new rate, are we recovering our costs for the back-end system there?
Absolutely. In terms of the new contract we have signed with our wholesale provider, who incidentally is the same provider we have had for the last 10 years. So they're tried and trusted. And we were paying them $12. We are currently going to be paying them $5 per line per month. And we are positioning the product at $7.50. So we make $2.50 to defray our costs.
Great. And is that going to be basically something we offer because we have to, or are we looking at significantly increasing our penetration?
We are looking at significantly increasing from a very different perspective. One of the things that Chief Cresta mentioned to me was the ability to do a reverse 911. And we would like to go for that kind of a goal over time. Even though, sorry to say, we can't offer the product free of cost. We have to pay for it at some level. But we hope a low enough price will attract enough users where we can create a viable alternative to having a reverse 911 call on perhaps this kind of a phone line.
Okay. And the last thing I wanted to ask about was in terms of some of the back-end stuff that we're doing, are there any plans in conjunction with these other upgrades to, say, like upgrade our email system, which seems a little kludgy to me? And the website maybe could use a refresh as well.
The website could use quite a big refresh, but what we want to have again is some kind of a strategy for that. One, we per direction from city manager, we would like to keep the look and feel common across all the city units, enterprises and departments. But within our website itself, what we would like to have is a point of access account management system, which would come into play once we launch apps, where people could go in and change their settings and add channels and delete channels and things of that sort, and improve their service levels or reduce it. That is quite a big project, and I would not like for us to embark on that right at this stage, where we have several pieces of the system in movement. And if we would like to do that more deliberately, maybe halfway through the fiber build, where we have enough of a base and enough of a new base to create momentum for adoption of this kind of a change in our website.
Okay. And then the email system, any discussion on that?
The email system, yes, we've had a bit of discussion. What we've discovered is that the usage of San Bruno cable emails is pretty low, and it's low across emails provided by any provider, Comcast and others included, because most people have gravitated to third-party email services such as Gmail or Yahoo or what have you. So with that, we're not as focused on generating more traffic for a new email offering as we are in preserving what we already have in place for our existing subscribers. So it's more a storage issue for us than it is a new email generation issue.
Okay. So we're hosting those the email servers in-house?
Absolutely.
Okay.
No, we don't host them in-house. We host them through our, it's Zecorum, right? Zecorum. Yeah, through our network operations center provider. And they provide this as part of the service.
Okay. That's interesting to know that that's not a growth area. I thought email was still a pretty common communication tool.
Email is common.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that Gmail and more third-party platforms are in use, and hardly anyone uses these anymore.
Interesting. Okay. And then finally, just in terms of notifications, I got the email that there's going to be maintenance on the system. That this tonight?
This morning at 2 o'clock.
This morning at 2.
Most people probably won't even notice it, and we're hoping there won't be any break up the area.
Sandeep, you can come to the mic or repeat, and it was in regards to the council member's question on update and work on the system.
Yeah, the update tonight is working on the router replacement that we got going on. It's between 2 and 5 o'clock this morning, and we don't expect anything to happen, but we did send out an email just in case something did happen. Gives us time to get it back up and running, and they're aware that we are already working on it.
Okay. So in this case, those of us that do use San Bruno cable email got the notification. I don't know that other people saw that. So
no, we have everybody's email, so everybody who has our internet got a copy of it, I believe.
Okay. So whatever email we use when we sign up for service.
Yes.
I happen to use my San Bruno cable one. Okay. But it would be nice if there was some alternative way of whether it's social media or something on the homepage that kind of, not only for this planned outage, but when there's an unplanned outage. Last time our internet went out at home, I spent half an hour on the phone waiting for somebody to pick up just to tell me, oh yeah, it's a system-wide thing. Don't worry about it. It'll come back when it comes back. I could have gotten on my phone and checked the website and found out, that there was an outage and it wasn't just me.
That's definitely something we need to work on.
Mm-hmm.
Notifications of outages in some electronic format.
As a take on that, we will be adding the cable department to SB Responds. So, and as we get people trained up in our community to use that app more, that they can go to that app to find out information about cable outages like they do for our other utilities as well. And so that is a feature that we'll be adding in.
Okay, great. Yeah, definitely as we promote this and it becomes more of a staple in how we do business and how we manage our lives, it becomes that much more critical. And I just want to make sure that we're planning accordingly so that we can make sure that we're serving the public adequately. So thank you.
So I want to turn it to you and ask you if there's any direction or that you need from us that we may not have through our questions or the hour, that maybe you didn't walk away with saying, I think I know what we're thinking. I know we're talking about fiber, so I want to be clear for the community and for each other. This is not, tonight's meeting is not, yes, we're doing fiber and here's how we're funding it. So I don't want expectations to be raised in that column. Because when we started talking about who's phase 1 and 2, it's like we're not even there yet. However, but I want to make sure that between the manager and yourself that you've gotten enough feedback from the council that you're good or you need additional.
Yeah, what we were looking for tonight was acceptance of the plan and the long-term vision. And so a vote from council would be sufficient for that. And then we would come back with the financing plan for the fiber to the home project.
So we don't need a formal vote, but I mean, you're looking for consensus and direction, or you want a formal vote? Receive presentations of the business plan. I don't see where it says action. So why don't we go down the line?
Consensus is fine.
Let's see where we land. How's that? Chris?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Come on up.
You gotta go to the mic.
Please. Thank you. Yeah.
First of all, last time we were addressing cable, and we were talking to this gentleman behind us. We were talking about Beverly Hills, right? And we're the same as Beverly Hills. The last time I checked, we're not on the top 10 of the richest cities in the nation. We're not. We're San Bruno. So we're not the same as Beverly Hills, correct? B, we keep talking about if, maybe, projections. There's no guarantees in all this stuff. When you're looking at $10 to $14 million and you're behind the wheel as it is, we have to really think business smart about the direction and which way we're going. Because when you're talking about millions and millions of dollars, 14 million, and you're still 10 years, 12 years, 14 years out with no profit coming in, where do you draw the line to say business smart? What's the best for business? Is the taxpayer. The people that live in San Bruno, that's what's the best for business. So you really got to think about this, take 2 steps back, exhaust it, and look at the big picture as business. I look at it all the time. I go, well, if I'm the bank, you're going to come to me, I want to say, well, when are you going to pay this off? What kind of interest? And what are you looking at? What's your goals? Profit. It's the ultimate decision maker. I'm not knocking anybody, but we have a short window where we are as a city of San Bruno. We don't have a ton of money coming in. You know, we got Firehouse to build, huge. That's a good idea. But it's hard to iron out and have guarantees where you don't have no guarantees. All I hear is ifs, maybes. We already have fiber optics here. Competition's good. You can't knock one versus the other. But, you know, I'm here for 4 hours and I'm hearing I don't hear guarantees. I don't hear business smart. I'm hearing ideas and, you know, ifs and different ideas, but it's also good to look at the other side. You got to look at both sides of the story. Always look at both sides.
And thank you for sticking around and offering your comments. Does staff want to have any comment? If you don't, that's fine. It's just.
I'll make a comment, and that is, you know, as a council, we came to a decision some months back to look at San Bruno Cable that we have today. And do we go down the same path that we've been going down where we haven't been successful? We haven't been looking at everything we do. And as Sandeep has stated, you know, look at phones. You know, look at contracts we've been able to negotiate to improve our cost. I think we have a gem in San Bruno. I think we have something that no other city has. And we have an opportunity to make it better and to provide the best possible service that's out there. I myself, as a San Bruno resident, very frustrated working with any other vendor that's been out there because all I've been is frustrated. And I can tell you a number of people I've talked to that have dealt with either a Comcast or an AT&T. Very frustrating working with these companies. They don't have the customer service that we can provide. And so we have this opportunity. We have this gem in San Bruno. And the question is, do we spend the money to invest in it, or do we jump ship? Because we can't continue down the road that we're going. And I think we've heard tonight is that we've got a really good opportunity and a good business sense and somebody to lead us to the next phase and be very successful. I think we've seen, this is not the first presentation, this is several presentations now that we've seen a really good business plan and a strategy. And I think we can talk more with you, Chris, but I think that I'm excited for the direction that this is going. I'm excited for the opportunity for San Bruno. I'm excited for the opportunity for our residents of San Bruno to get a quality package at a very competitive rate. So, thank you.
And I would say, since Steph doesn't have anything to add, I would think that out of fairness, too, when we go back in time to the cable department, what if you go back into the history, what its establishment was for, was to help offset costs within the community. But what it has done for a decade more is, I'd say $1 million would go from the cable department to the general fund, which is profit. Right or wrong, because it's an enterprise fund, and so really it should have been stayed and reinvested within that department, so that when we did have an upgrade, when David Thomas was here as a cable TV director, that whole system, when I was on city staff in Parks and Rec, but I mean, we were a part of watching it, was that it was completely redone, completely paid for in reserves. So that we have not done because those monies have come to the general fund. We have brought those down over the years. So it went from $1 million to this, to this, to this. I think it's up to 300, 400,000 off the top of my head at this hour. And so it has been making profit to sustain the enterprise fund in addition to giving money to the general fund. And so now we're trying to reinvest that in that. So I just want to say, so profitable, yes. But then again, had we invested that back into, like you would your home or you would a business, then I see that we would have had reserves and we would have had opportunity. And I think this council, and again, in the several or 8 months that we have had some new team members, have brought something forward that has been, since my time working in this city in some capacity in the early 80s, I have seen an evolution, and I've seen us where it was, where it kind of went, and I see us trying to either get to that question of, no one's approving tonight to spend the money. No one's saying fiber will be happening. But it is a matter of they've come back as directed before to say, will we move forward, or do we want to say enough? And I think that's kind of where we're at to see for direction, just the staff, but as a perspective. Anything else from council? Please,
because you did hang out, and I know it's late.
A long time.
And it's worthwhile. So we've been kicking the tires on this project for a while. In the staff report that's available to the public, it's a lot more detailed than this presentation. It goes through item by item of each component to build this system. It goes through each of those 4 zones and gives a cost for each of those. So yes, there's risk, of course, but this is.
That's just what I want to hear. I want to hear the whole thing.
You know what? I'm sure I'll be willing to take my staff report and show you. And this is, we're not even there yet. We're just figuring out this first other step. Then we got to figure out what this is going to cost, how we're going to pay for it. That's going to affect everything. So it's a deliberate but very important, and it's a vision for where the city will be in the future. And it's not going to be with anything other than fiber, or you're going to get out of the business. That's what we were told. Either you fiber up or you get out. And we're reaching that point. Okay. Well, you know what? They should be here sitting down too.
No, but
no, I'm
Chris,
just saying.
you waited a long time,
I got
so
one
thank
question.
you.
I got one question about it on the internet. I mean, an email question. So,
Okay.
thank you for attending.
Anything else from council? Let's go back to the question that was asked about, which was posed by the city manager, as far as what is the council's desire to give direction to staff. So is it yes on this business plan? Is that the question, city manager? Marty?
Aye.
Aye.
It's not a motion, but you could just, aye's good too.
Well, I want to be clear, the business plan includes doing fiber. So that, and unless I'm wrong, the business plan is all about, if we're going forward, we're doing fiber, and then the next piece is how do we finance that?
Correct.
So it's not my understanding is we're giving them a firm direction, go with fiber. Am I wrong?
I would say, okay, so let's get clarity. There is not an official vote tonight, nor a funding source,
But the business plan does clearly define and outline the fiber and how it would be done and potentially rolled out with finding finances and stuff. So is that the direction that this council still wants to direct staff to continue on? Is that correct?
Right. What was requested of staff, or what was envisioned, was acceptance of the business plan, and the business plan does have a fiber backbone.
Right.
Technically, council is not authorizing the fiber to the home project because we need to come back with the financing options and those agreements and those resolutions. This is saying staff has developed a business plan as directed, and the city council accepts that document and the global vision for the enterprise, which does include the fiber project.
Right. So I just want all of us to be clear that that's the direction. That we are saying
it's in their report that they've given us in 3 parts, and if we're giving staff the consensus to move forward with the business plan, that's what's included. So they should not be thinking they're spinning their wheels for no reason, I would think.
Exactly. So yes, I think we should go forward. I think it's just what Laura said. It's a fabulous opportunity, and it's either like fish or cut bait. You know, we do it or we don't do it, and I definitely think we should do it. We kind of invented this whole thing. San Bruno is one of the first small cities to do this, relatively small cities to do this. We've kept it up. We've rebuilt it again. We've upgraded it. We've added services. And I think it's an exciting thing to keep going. And as Laura said, it's a joy.
Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
it's a yes. Well, I wanted to make a speech.
Okay, you're entitled. Michael?
That's a great plan. Let's move forward.
Yeah, and I just don't want expectations. I guess the only reason I'm being clear is I don't want calls. So when does it start? It's not starting today or tomorrow. There's not a funding mechanism, as even Mr. Bogus was saying. Where's the risk? How are you paying for this? How are we going to balance it? Those are things that all have to come back to make sure that we're all in sync. But I just don't want expectations to be in the community that we just approve fiber to all the homes and it starts later this year. I just want it for the record. But I think you have what I've just heard tonight is you have a 5-0 for the business plan. Thank you for the effort. Thank you for the work. And thank you for bringing that back forward to us in a very short time.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, next we're going to move on to comments from council members. Any comments? Right, no. No.
I still have, it's important.
Well, if you have them, you're it.
Okay. So thank you, staff, for hanging out. I know it's late. I want to get home and I want to eat too, but there's an incredible opportunity. There's something called Prop 68. It involves money for parks. I went to a workshop conveniently located in my hometown, so I was able to visit mom and dad and go check this out. So there are $254.9 million that the state is giving out in this round for parks. They're for athletic fields, amphitheaters, aquatic centers, athletic courts, community gardens. The list goes on and on and on. And I understand staff is incredibly busy, but I wanted to bring this to the council's attention that this is a no-match grant, up to $8.5 million. It's based on the percentage of residents who are, I guess, say it's easy, is poverty, or in relation to access to fields. The application is pretty bare bones. That it's set up to go quickly. It's due by August 5th. There are plenty of assistance available through the state to want to get this money out to the community. So I wanted to bring it up to council because I didn't want to, there was no other way to get staff to do something at this short amount of notice. It's not on the, it's something that I wanted to bring your attention, and maybe we could have a study session to talk about it, and but I think it's just an incredible opportunity that we should go for and find a way to apply. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And
Sure.
City Manager.
So, Councilmember Medina, thank you. You did send an email to that effect a few weeks ago. Staff did attend a workshop that the state provided in Oakland. I almost think it's 3 weeks ago now. That grant is an amazing opportunity. They do have a website where you can do a snap tool to see what areas in your city apply. We looked at that. Unfortunately, City Park, we could not find 1 square inch of City Park that applies, but a number of areas do apply in the Hart neighborhood, the 5th Edition neighborhood, and potentially some other neighborhoods. That is one potential funding source for a Delta funding for Florida Avenue Park, just because we know that there will likely be a gap funding because of the long delay in constructing that project when we go back out to budget. Staff has also batted around a number of ideas. We do have someone in the Community Services Department that attended, and that will be a lead. I cannot confirm that we will be submitting an application. It is a kind of staff-driven process working with the various agencies, but you did provide that information, and if memory serves me correctly, you provided it on a Friday, and the meeting in Oakland was on a Tuesday, and we were able to send a staff member to that meeting in Oakland, so thank you for doing that.
Well, I think, Mr. Medina, it shows that forwarding the email was of value, and staff took it and ran with it. Thank you. Any other questions?
Through the chair, there were 2 comments earlier tonight that I just want to make sure we captured, and one was Bayshore Park basketball hoop removed, never replaced, kind of looking dumpy, if we can address that. And also the comment made about Crystal Springs Road. I too have made some comments to myself that, God, this road is getting more dangerous, and the overgrowth and the dry brush, so want to make sure if that can be addressed as well.
Staff? Yes. Good. I had those in my notes too, and that's why I asked him to repeat the address, so that it was noted. Okay. Thank you very much for everybody, your patience, and the council started at 5:30 along with some of the staff, and thank you, staff, for staying. I appreciate it very much. We are going to go ahead and adjourn to the next regular city council meeting, which will be held here on March 26th at 7 o'clock. Meeting adjourned.